Hey, Richard.
Yes.
Am I good?
Other than I gotta put your name in and make you a co-host. You're fine.
All right, thank you.
I didn't realize I had to yell, hello. Can you hear me, Richard?
Yes, I can hear you. Fine.
Okay. Hi.
You can turn off your camera. Yeah, there you go.
Well, where is everybody?
You're the only one here.
Hi, Mayor.
Hi, Pam. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. You ready for a long one tonight?
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, I don't see anybody else.
Where are they? Maybe they
Uh,
didn't.
Councilmember Jimenez will not be here until about 4:45. And the other council, they did confirm that they will be here 4:15.
Gail is coming.
Did you see there's a bill been introduced in Sacramento to allow public agencies to continue meeting like this? It's working its way through the legislature.
So to always have Zoom meetings instead of
Well,
in-person
it would be an option.
meetings?
But one of the things they're saying is that it increases the opportunity for the public to participate because people don't have to they don't have to haul themselves down to the city
Right,
council chambers and sit there for 7 hours in order to say something.
right. Okay.
Okay, so we got two. I see Gail. Gail, are you here? I see your name down there.
And Melvin.
I see Melvin. I see Gail. All right, we need one more. Who did you say is not coming until 4:45?
Councilmember Jimenez.
Oh, okay.
All right. I'm here, Tom.
Okay, there's Johnson. I believe, and Bates. I believe we have a quorum.
Yes.
So with that in mind, we will open this public session to hear public comment before closed session. Call the roll, please.
The time is 4:19. Vice Mayor Bates.
Present.
Councilman Jimenez is absent. Councilmember Johnson.
Present.
Councilmember Martinez is absent. Councilmember McLaughlin.
Here.
Councilmember Willis.
Here.
and Mayor Butt.
Here.
Okay. If you would like to make a public comment on any of the following items the council will discuss in closed session, please raise your hand now. To comment by video conference, click on the participants button at the bottom of your screen and select the raised hand button. To comment by phone, press the star key and the number 9. After all the items have been read into the record, the request to speak period will be closed. And I'll ask Ursula to repeat this information in Spanish.
Si desea dar un comentario público sobre alguno de los temas siguientes que serán discutidos en sesión cerrada por los miembros del Consejo, por favor levante su mano ahora. Para comentar por computadora, seleccione la opción de participante en la parte de abajo de su pantalla y seleccione la opción que dice Raise Hand para levantar su mano. Para comentar por teléfono, oprima *9. No podrá inscribirse para hablar después de que la secretaria municipal termine de leer el número y el tema de la agenda. And it looks like we have 5 speakers.
Okay, so let me read the items.
Okay.
Okay. The items under City Council are liability claims, Kathleen Jones versus City of Richmond, Terrence Jackson versus City of Richmond, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Levin Richmond Terminal Corp. Versus City of Richmond. There are 2 cases. Wolverine Fuel Sales LLC versus City of Richmond. There's 1 case. Phillips 66 versus City of Richmond. There's 2 cases. Sprawl Deaf et al. Versus City of Richmond. Point Melody Alliance et al. Versus City of Richmond. And North Coast Rivers Alliance et al. Versus City of Richmond. And it looks like we have 5 speakers. And I'll turn it over to Ursula so they can. Each speaker will be allowed up to 2 minutes.
And the speakers are Jeannie Quartz, Tarnell Abbott, Pam Stello, David Helvarg, and the phone number ending in 0352. Jeannie? Jeannie Quartz?
Yes, I'm sorry. Good afternoon. Jeannie Quartz here, Richmond resident. I'm referring to the Point Melody lawsuit. I am against the housing development in the south watershed of Point Melody. This is public land and it should be a public park, not a private housing enclave. If this project moves forward with the proposed 2,000 units, it will be putting future residents in danger for the following reasons. Point Melody is a high fire zone as stated by the City of Richmond's fire chief. The developer has no realistic plan to evacuate 8,000 plus residents in the event of a fire, an earthquake, or an explosion fire at the Chevron refinery located just over the ridge from the development. There is only 1 road in and out. This road leads to a frequently backed up freeway. The plan to use a ferry to evacuate people is unrealistic given the number of people needing to board the ferry in the event of an emergency or disaster. Also, building housing in the south watershed will endanger rare California native habitats, endanger the largest and healthiest eelgrass bed in San Francisco Bay. 2 studies have shown that this development costs Richmond taxpayers millions of dollars each year. If the housing units fail to sell or do not sell at a high enough price to cover the cost of the infrastructure required to build at this remote site, the project could bankrupt the city. Finally, the city must abide by the community plan. Point Melody could be a world-class public park with cultural, educational, and commercial districts. It could provide public amenities for Richmonders such as sports fields, recreational opportunities for youth and families, employment and small business opportunities, and positive revenue for the city. Please do not let this housing plan for Point Melody go forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Tarnell Abbott. Tarnell?
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Tarnell Abbott. I'm a Richmond resident, and I am opposed to the SunCal 2,000 unit housing development at Point Melody. 1 road in and out in a high fire severity zone, right next to the Chevron refinery and tank farm, which stores a huge quantity of highly flammable fuel, is a disaster waiting to happen. You should not allow 8,000 or so future residents to be put at risk of being trapped in their cars, trying to flee in the event of a fire and or earthquake. You should learn from what happened to the people of Paradise, California, and make sure it doesn't happen here. In addition to the risk of it becoming a death trap for human residents, the development will inevitably harm the healthiest eelgrass in the entire San Francisco Bay. Two important food sources that people enjoy, Dungeness crab and Pacific herring, are dependent on healthy eelgrass habitat. Of course, many other species need it as well. The Point Milotti eelgrass is studied extensively by San Francisco State biologist Dr. Boyer. This eelgrass is healthy because it is indigenous, not transplanted. This is exactly why it is used to propagate in areas of the bay where this important habitat resource has been destroyed by overdevelopment of our San Francisco Bay shorelines. Point Milotti is the last undeveloped publicly owned headland on San Francisco Bay, which is and should remain for public use and enjoyment. The community plan has more viable income generating ideas, which will benefit the entire community and not just developers. Thank you. Please save this incredible resource for everybody in Richmond.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Pam Stello.
Hi, my name is Pam Stello. I'm a Richmond resident. I just want to begin by saying that I hope all of you will read Sally Tobin's comments submitted to all of you, which I think are a great summary of the issues with the SunCal proposal. And I just want to remind the council that Point Milotti is public land. And the public has had strong views about Point Milotti for a very long time that were ignored in the public planning meetings. The city used an illegal backroom settlement agreement to justify ignoring the overwhelming majority of public input about the future of this site in order to proceed with Mayor Butt's private vision. That vision privatizes our commons, our public land, with no public input in a manner directly contrary to the public's vision and the public's needs, and for the profit of an outside developer, an LLC, that won't be taking on risk, and Tom's friend, Eddie Orton. And the business plan puts the risk and the costs on the Richmond taxpayer. Two independent studies have shown that to be the case. And this is really, well, while taking away from the public incalculable public opportunities for recreation, playing fields, education, environmental services, cultural and sacred places that will be destroyed, as well as employment, small business opportunities, and it takes away actually open space that otherwise would be available for our public and much needed. To ram this through, the EIR is inadequate, environmental laws are broken, about 8,000 people would be put in danger in a high fire severity zone, has been discussed, next to the Chevron refinery with one access road that can't be widened, and to a backed up freeway. It's dangerous. The EIR is indefensible. So you bring in Downey Brand for $900,000.
Thank you, Pam. Your time has expired.
Okay, thank you.
Our next speaker is David Helvarg.
Hi, yes, David Helvarg. I'm a Richmond resident. Last week, had the tide shifted or had the diesel spill at the Long Wharf occurred earlier, Chevron's diesel could have devastated the eelgrass beds at Point Milotti. Instead, the slick flowed into Point Richmond, also not acceptable. We have to have a serious discussion of how to move Richmond's economy forward and how to prosper after that 120-year-old fossil fuel refinery is decommissioned. But the reality is, of course, the eelgrass beds could still be destroyed by the SunCal development, which is why, along with Richmond citizens in this city, it's being sued by the Pacific Coast Federation of Fishermen's Association, the Crab Boat Owners Association. They don't want to see that critical habitat for crabs and fish destroyed any more than we do. Nor do we want to move additional people in harm's way between Chevron's flares, their spills, and on top of a high fire hazard zone. Our city attorney should take the lead from the majority of the city council, representing the majority of city residents, find a way to accept the legitimacy of these lawsuits and protect us from the real threat to public health and safety posed by the SunCal deal. So right now, President Biden's advocating for 30 by 30, 30% of our land and water fully protected by the year 2030. Point Milotti could be part of that effort to protect the natural and cultural resources that are there for the people of Richmond. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is phone number ending in 0352. phone number ending in 0352.
Excellent. My name is Margaret Child. I'm a Richmond resident. And actually, I just need to clarify something before I speak. And that is, I would like to speak about Point Malati, and I would like to speak about the Zeneca issue. Will I have two opportunities here?
No, you have 2 minutes. You can talk about whatever you want to in those 2 minutes.
Can I come back for another 2 minutes to speak about a different issue?
No.
No. Okay. All right. Can you start me now back at 2 minutes, please? Hello. Thank you very much. Yeah, my name is Margaret Child, and I was just ruminating today about the Zeneca site. And I asked myself just who is in control here? And the answer came back, Shop-Off is. Just look at the progression of the project. Originally, it was going to be 1,500 residences, and then suddenly, without seemingly no opposition, it's up to 5,000. Did any of us get to question the advisability of that? It looks as though the Shop-Off organization, most of whom, maybe all of whom, do not live here, can see how they can make a bunch of bucks out of building houses on top of toxic dumps. You know what? It's been tried in Richmond before. Ethel Dodson and a whole bunch of other people were killed by building a housing project on top of a toxic site. The council, the mayor has been concerned, has had a problem on his hands with the Zeneca site. And it seems as though a solution presented itself. It may have solved a problem that had been bugging him. But now that it has been exposed as a threat to the bay itself, the city needs to chart another course. Thank you.
Thank you, and that was our last speaker.
Okay, at this time, we are adjourned to closed session.
Just one announcement. We did receive 7 comments in opposition to the Point Malati project. And these comments were received before 1 o'clock.
Yeah.
Is there a Will Balad?
Hello?
Hi. Are you just a public speaker or are you a consultant?
Yeah. Can you pull me up?
Excuse me?
Yeah, I want to be a public speaker.
You want to? Okay, I just want to make sure.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yep. And I know it's like 6:30 or something, or how that work?
Yeah, the meeting starts at 6:30, and then listen to the city clerk when she announced the item. If you want to speak to that item, raise your hand.
Okay. Yeah. Can you pull me up?
Excuse me?
Yeah. Okay, thanks.
No problem.
Yep, I've been sitting here 5 minutes on the council meeting, and Richard hasn't hooked me in. Okay. All right, but I'm not hooked up, okay? All right.
Councilmember Johnson, are you here? Are you in the house? Councilmember McLaughlin, are you with us?
Yes, I am.
Okay, Councilmember Johnson, are you with us?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we have a quorum. Welcome to the regular meeting of the Richmond City Council.
Hey, my shit. You know I'm with you, nigga.
Call the roll, please, Madam Clerk.
The time is 6:30. Vice Mayor Bates,
Present.
Councilmember Jimenez is absent. Councilmember Johnson,
Present.
Councilmember Martinez,
Here.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Here.
Councilmember Willis, Councilmember Willis? Is absent. Mayor Butt.
Here.
And next on the agenda, a statement of conflict of interest. Are there any? Hearing none. Next on the agenda is agenda review. We have a request to remove item H10. Oh, I'm sorry, item H2. Councilmember Martinez, are you removing item H10?
Actually, no. I'm keeping it on the consent calendar.
Okay.
Oh no, H2.
H10.
Oh, H10. Yeah, I'm keeping H10 on the consent.
Okay, and item H2 has been removed.
Wait, what's been removed?
H2.
Who removed it?
Councilmember McLaughlin spoke with staff.
Okay, so.
Yeah, actually, some community members also wanted it removed, so. But I did speak with staff, as did they.
Okay, all right.
For the record, I'm present. I was waiting to be let in when you were calling my name twice.
Okay, thank you. That was Councilmember Willis. Okay.
So the only change is item H2's moved to the end of the agenda, right?
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Next on the agenda is item D. If there are anyone that would like to address the council on this item, please raise your hand by pressing the raised hand button on your, if you're joining us by video. If you're joining us by phone, press the star key and the number 9. And that item is the election of vice mayor for 2021. We actually received 4 comments in support of Demlis Johnson III for vice mayor.
Do you have any speakers?
We have one. It looks like Vice Mayor Bates. This is for item D1, the election of vice mayor.
Yes, I want to express my appreciation to the council and the community and accepting me as.
Oh.
Austin.
How come you cut him off, Madam Clerk?
I really didn't.
He had a half-hour speech all prepared.
Okay, well, so you don't have any public speakers though, right?
It looks like we do not have any public speakers.
Okay, well, while we're waiting for the current vice mayor to return, I guess we don't have a lot else to do except to see if anybody wants to nominate a vice mayor.
I'll nominate Demlis Johnson.
Okay, we have a nomination. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, we have a nomination and a second. Is there any discussion? Okay, I guess we can call the roll, do a roll call vote, Madam Clerk.
Okay. Vice Mayor Bates, are you back? He is absent. Councilmember Jimenez. She's absent. Councilmember Johnson.
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez.
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin.
You were muted.
Unmute, please.
I'm sorry, I was muted. I said yes.
Councilmember Willis.
That would have been a twist if you voted against yourself, but I said yes.
And Mayor Butt.
Well, I wasn't sure who to vote for.
Madam Claire, I was in the invite part,
Okay.
waiting for the IT to get me.
Okay, so I'll mark you here. And how are you going to vote on? There is a motion to nominate Councilmember Demlis Johnson III for vice mayor. It was a motion by Councilmember Willis, a second by Councilmember Martinez. And how are you voting, Councilmember Jimenez?
Of course, I will nominate Councilmember Johnson to be the vice mayor.
Okay, and then Mayor Butt, do you
I
vote on?
was going to say I wasn't sure who to vote for until I saw So I saw Councilmember Johnson's advertisement on Facebook, and since he was the only person running for the position that I saw, I guess I have no choice. So I'll vote for Johnson.
So the motion passes with Vice Mayor Bates absent.
Okay, congratulations, Vice Mayor Johnson.
Thank you all. Thank you all. That's really an honor to be voted by everyone. I really appreciate the opportunity to serve in a greater capacity as Vice Mayor. And thank you once again.
And so I'd like to read this announcement before going into the other items. Anyone may make an oral comment, even if a written comment has previously been submitted. However, each speaker may only raise their hand once to make one oral public comment per agenda item. As we move through the agenda, I will announce the next item number and ask individuals who would like to address the council to raise their hand. After the item is read into the record, the request to speak period on the item will be closed. We'll hold open forum very shortly, so individuals who would like to address the council under open forum should raise their hand now by clicking on the participants button at the bottom of your screen if you're joining us by video, and press the raise hand button. If you're joining us by phone, press the star and the number 9 key, and this message will be repeated in Spanish by Ursula Deloa.
Cualquier persona que haya enviado su comentario por escrito también podrá dar un comentario oral. Sin embargo, cada persona podrá levantar su mano para hablar solamente una vez por tema de la agenda. Mientras seguimos el orden de la agenda, se anunciará el próximo número y tema de la agenda y pediremos que levanten la mano si desean dar sus comentarios a los concejales. No podrá inscribirse para hablar después de que la secretaria municipal termine de leer el número y el tema de la agenda. En breve tendremos el tema de Open Forum, tema abierto. Si desea dar comentarios a los concejales, levante su mano ahora. Para comentar por computadora, seleccione la opción de participante en la parte de abajo de su pantalla y seleccione la opción que dice Raise Hand para levantar su mano. Para comentar por teléfono, oprima *9. Gracias.
Thank you. Our next item is a report from the city attorney of final decisions made during closed session.
There were no final decisions made during closed session.
Item F is a report from the city manager.
Thank you and good evening. Couple of key dates coming up for you. One is, we've said this before, but we want to make sure everyone is aware that the Richmond Fund for Children and Youth is accepting grant proposals. So the deadline is actually coming up. It's next Monday at midnight. So that's February the 22nd. And this is where we have approximately $1.5 million to be able to support local nonprofits who are going to help support initiatives for children and youth. So please mark that on your calendars for anyone who may be interested in having some additional funding. We also, this coming Thursday, the 18th, have a lecture that's going to be available through the Richmond Public Library Foundation. And I think they're going to share that on the screen in just a second. Dr. Terrence Elliott is actually a Richmond native, and he is going to be presenting on music, hip hop, culture, and history. Again, that's coming up this Thursday, the 18th at 6 p.m. And he's a professor and has written books and is an accomplished jazz musician himself. So please tune into that. As you may imagine, all our lectures in this series have been converted to Zoom. So we will be able to let people from all over the world hear about his expertise. Those are my updates. Thank you.
Thank you. Next on the agenda is open forum. And just as a reminder to the public, open forum is for comments of items that remained on the consent calendar and for items that are not on the agenda. If you'd like to speak on any of the items that are listed under Section I and Section J, you must wait for those items to be called. After I read all the comments that were received, a summary of the comments that were received by 1 p.m. today, then the opportunity to sign up to speak under open forum will be closed. We received one comment from a David Harlow. He's the son of deceased couple Donald James Harlow and Angela Harlow. He did not give an address to the property he is referring to, but he is requesting help in cleaning the property left by his parents. He only submitted an email address, so we do have that information for our planning and building department, code enforcement department. We received 5 comments urging the council to require the reasonable action of a full Superfund cleanup of the Zeneca site, Campus Bay. 2 comments received urging the council to reopen the Campus Bay EIR. 6 comments strongly objecting placing the safe parking pilot program at Hilltop. 1 comment from a resident who was unhappy that the council would consider having the folks park their RVs in the lot where Wilson and Kratzer is located. He also stated that his project is coming along okay, and he will provide more information every other month. 1 comment in support of item H3, the ferry to bridge to Greenway complete street plan. 2 comments in support of item H8, 100% zero emission new vehicle sale in California by 2030. I believe those are all the comments for open forum that we received. Oh, I'm sorry. We also received 6 comments in support of item H10. And it looks like we have 22 speakers. I'll turn it over to Ursula.
Ahora vamos a comenzar Open Forum, tema abierto. Podrá hacer comentarios sobre temas que no están en la agenda. Voy a decir los nombres en grupos de 10 personas y cada persona tendrá 1 minuto para dar sus comentarios. Por favor, diga su nombre completo y podremos comenzar. Gracias. Okay, the first group of speakers are Gabriel Goffman, Tom Kahn, David Helvarg, Jeannie Quartz, Randy Joseph, Elsa Stevens, Will Balan, Andres Soto, Chris Farwell, and Lisa Johnson. Gabriel? Gabriel?
Hi, sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, you can start.
Thank you. So I'm calling about 2 items. First, J2, the Chevron oil spill just occurred quite recently, and it's just an ongoing issue that we face with the Chevron refinery. Everyone who lives, breathes, fishes, jogs, and recreates along the bay has been negatively impacted by Chevron's, or as we like to say, Chevron's continued negligence. The refinery, this was an exceptional newsworthy event, but on a daily basis, this refinery pollutes the air and harms the health and well-being of particularly children and children of color and low-income children. And it needs to close, and the city can work to close this refinery and move towards a just transition where we don't need we need oil and diesel, and we can live more sustainably. Also, item H10 is I actually support this resolution. The Bay Area Quality Management District should adopt the strongest possible cat cracker rule in order to reduce the toxic particulate emissions that is poisoning our community. And this will also, protect the air. It's very important. There's no reason that the Bay Area Quality District shouldn't do that. When we look at the amount of wildfires we had in the last year, or the last couple of years, particulate matter is already a huge issue, and the fact that we're not closing these refineries, not making at least the most strict air standards as possible is going to be really devastating in the future. And we should, apply these high regulations and pollution standards across the Bay. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Tom Kahn.
Hello, Council. This actually is a note that I sent to Mayor Tom Butt earlier today, and this is about the homeless parking up at Hilltop Mall. There's so many things about your response to the concerns of me and my Hilltop neighbors, it's hard to know where to begin. So I'll begin at the end. Why in the world do you think it's appropriate to quote scripture in an official document? You are not our pastor. We are not your parishioners. Do we really have to be reminded of the great commandment? Don't you think your neighbors care about their neighbors in the same way you do? Anyway, it's hypocritical to spring those words on us at the last possible moment and expect us to roll over and strike our breasts in contrition. It's been your responsibility to take care of these people, and you haven't been able to make it happen. Don't blame us for your failure. A few practical matters. The documentation says fencing is available at the site. That's not true. Nothing is mentioned about the 2 schools adjacent to the site. Where are these services mentioned going to be provided? Exactly how many vehicles will be eligible to use the site? Not the number of spaces, but the number of eligible. Where are ineligible folks going to be taken care of? What will happen when the funding runs out? And finally, please listen to your neighbors during the public comments this evening. Don't respond to NIMBYism. Just answer the questions your honest constituents are asking. Don't be self-righteous. We're all trying to solve a frustrating problem, and your responsibility is greater than most. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Councilmember Bates, if you're back. Okay, he probably isn't back yet. Next speaker is David Helvarg.
Hi, I'm David Helvarg. I'm a resident of Richmond. And as a journalist, I've been reporting on climate change for over 30 years. I moved to Richmond right before the Costco Busan spill, ended up reporting on bunker fuel killing birds and sickening people in our local waters right before I headed off to cover the Coast Guard securing offshore Iraqi oil terminals and talking to young service people wondering if they were in a war for oil. I covered the BP oil blowout disaster in the Gulf, and 2 years later, got to see Chevron's fire and toxic smoke right here that sent thousands of our own residents to local hospitals. Now we've had a small but significant diesel spill that easily could have taken out critical eelgrass beds at Point Mulati had the tide been shifted in another direction. It's time to stop asking Chevron to do the right thing or pay meaningless fines. Begin planning how Richmond can prosper and create new green climate jobs after Chevron's dangerous, poorly maintained, more than 110-year-old refineries decommissioned. I mean, coal and oil were great systems for the 16th and 19th century, but it's time to move on to job-generating renewable energy. And I think, you know, we have real Democrats now in the Biden-Harris administration, DC, who are concerned about climate and justice. Among their proposals, 30 by 30, the idea we need to protect 30% of our land and water from development to by 2030 to provide biological resilience in the face of climate change, and also parks and recreation for underserved communities like Richmond. That's why we need to keep our public lands in public hands, protect our shoreline from unscrupulous corporations like SunCal and Chevron. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jeannie Quartz.
Yes, good evening, council members. I'm going to be addressing the Campus Bay AstraZeneca housing development. The Campus Bay AstraZeneca housing development must not proceed for the following reasons. This is an ill-advised project because of the severe risks to public health and safety and environmental health. This site is one of the most toxic sites in California. It is a US EPA qualified Superfund site. Without a complete residential cleanup, it is not safe for residents and wildlife. It is presently leaking toxins into San Francisco Bay. Without a complete residential cleanup, it will expose the city for years of litigation when residents become ill from the toxins because the city failed to do a complete residential cleanup. The city must require the regulator, Cal EPA, and the DTSC to enforce removal of the site hazards using highly trained and experienced personnel. Removal of the hazard waste will protect the construction workers, the future residents, and the environment. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Randy Joseph.
Hello.
Hello, go ahead, Randy.
Yes. Hi, my name is Randy Joseph. I'm a Richmond resident. I'm also the chair of the Richmond Community Police Review Commission. I'm also a member of the Reimagine Public Safety Task Force. I want to first invite people to this Thursday to our conversation on homelessness in our task force, where we're going to have a conversation about what can be done about homelessness in other situations. And we can talk about plans and what the community wants to say. It starts at 5:30. The Zoom link is available on the task force website, on the city's website. I also want to bring up to the mayor and to the other city council members that we currently do not have a city council liaison on either the task force or the police commission. And those two seats are really critical of how we can get work done and make suggestions to city council, and having a city council liaison in those positions are very important. So please, mayor, and please with other city council members, we will love to have somebody to work with, to get work done, to bring up suggestions, to go report back to the city council, to talk about the work that we're doing, and to get stuff done. I can see the rest of my time.
Thank you. Our next group of speakers are Elsa Stevens, Will Balan, Andres Soto, Chris Farwell, Lisa Johnson, Angela Cox, Doug Linney, Jorge Sandoval, Christine Denson, and Jeff Denson. Please be prepared to speak. Our next speaker is Elsa Stevens.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, you can start.
Oh, good. It's a very strange day when Tom Butt and Gail McLaughlin and Elsa Stevens are all on the same page. I live in Heritage Park. I welcome the homeless people that may be given some kind of stability at the Hilltop Mall. According to the Economic Policy Institute, less than half of Americans can work from home. We all know restaurants have gone under. We all know that many families are now homeless. People who have never been late on their rent, have never been late on their mortgages, don't have any money coming in, and there are too many holes in the laws that are supposed to protect them. So we need to look after these people. I welcome them as my neighbors. Are there schools nearby? Good. That means that homeless children can walk to school. People, grow a heart. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Will Balan.
Hello, I'm Will Balan, and I'm a Richmond resident and nursing student at Cal State East Bay. I'm here urging the newly seated city council to side with the community it serves. The outgoing lame duck city council approved the development of condos at the toxic-riddled Zeneca site, despite protests and outrage from members of the community. The Zeneca site is extremely hazardous and is an abomination that the lame duck city council were sore lose and reverse the prior anonymous decision to clean that place up. We can't act like children and run away from our problems. Pouring concrete and building on top of it is the equivalent of sweeping our problems under the rug. With climate change and sea levels rising, this can seep through the soil or in the bay. We don't need any more toxic waste products in the bay. We had enough of that last week. So as a nursing student semester, we learned, I'm taking my community health, and we learned about Flint, Michigan, and how the irresponsible actions of public officials led to devastating health problems for the community. This further leads to health disparities and health inequalities. We demand environmental justice. Building housing without proper cleanup at this site can lead to future health problems, not just for residents, but future generations to come. We don't want our children to be born with 3 ears and 6 toes. I urge the city council to take immediate action. Clean that shit up. And I yield back the rest of my time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Andres Soto. Andres? Okay, we will come back to Andres. Our next speaker is Chris Farwell.
Hello. I would like to take this time to speak in opposition of the Safe Park project at Hilltop Mall. I appreciate the sentiment of the previous speaker who expressed a willingness to embrace the people that are experiencing challenge at this time. However, I do not believe this site is the right place for that. This site does not have any of the services that might be useful to people who find themselves in a position that I think a lot of these people do. There's no infrastructure besides pavement and lights. Just because this is a large paved area that is occupied by a warehouse where people won't need to necessarily be trafficking and give these potential residents a peaceful site, there are better options. And we've seen a presentation on a site near the Greater Richmond Interfaith Program that would provide many services, provide a support system for these people. I don't see any reason why we can't try to work together to get some funding in place to pave that site, to make it workable for these people who find themselves in a difficult position. And I just think that that's going to be a better location for this Safe Park project. And I will yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Bates, are you back?
Hey, this is Andres Soto. I'm ready.
Okay, we were checking in on Councilmember Bates first. I guess he's not back. Okay, go ahead, Andres.
Okay, thank you so much. Yeah, a couple things. I would like to announce that in the aftermath of the 2012 Chevron toxic explosion and fire, the Richmond Our Power Coalition came together, a range of different community-based organizations to work on a just transition for Richmond. Communities for a Better Environment is part of that. And this year, the Richmond Our Power Coalition is holding a series of town hall meetings on topics important to the people of Richmond. On March the 18th at 5:30 to 7:30 p.m., CBE will host a decommissioning refineries, a Chevron refinery town hall meeting. So people can learn about the process that it will take to work on decommissioning refineries. There will be more information. It will be a Zoom meeting. Additionally, this coming Friday at 1 p.m., the Bay Area Air Quality Management District's Community Equity, Health, and Justice Committee will be making the decision on which of the applicants for the Community Emissions Reduction Program Steering Committee will be selected. They are making the choice for Richmond. And then, so people want to check that out if they want to weigh in on who they think, whether people with conflicts with interest because they get money from industry should be on it or not. That is the time to speak up. And then also this Hilltop Safe Parking sounds good on the surface, but the real problem here is just like with AstraZeneca and Point Molate, it's a result of a backroom deal that Tom Butt engaged in, did not tell the rest of the community what's really going on. And now there's more questions than answers. And this kind of backroom dealing needs to stop. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Chris Farwell. Chris? Okay, we will come back. Oh, Chris?
Sorry, I thought I already spoke.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, our next speaker is Lisa Johnson.
Good evening, council members and staff. I support the creation of a safe parking program for RVs to help address the crisis we are facing. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Yes.
That we're facing and have been involved in helping identify potential sites. However, the public needs and deserves city transparency from the beginning about how long this program will truly last and assurances to that effect. There is not a single safe parking program in the Bay Area that has yet ended. Richmond has assured the public before that grant-funded programs would be temporary, but then continued them by utilizing precious general fund dollars. We're broke. Therefore, the city needs to be held accountable and clarify how they will ensure its completion or fund this program after 1 year before they proceed full steam ahead. If they plan to use general fund dollars next year, they should state now where that money will come and from which existing programs will be negatively impacted. Importantly, we need much greater clarity around how the city is addressing the RVs that do not qualify for a safe parking program. Some RV dwellers actively choose this lifestyle and as such should not be living off of taxpayer money for a choice they are willingly making. They also shouldn't be allowed to live illegally on our streets. Some communities have estimated that RV dwellers that choose this lifestyle can be up to 50% depending on the given community. It appears that approximately 40% from Richmond are based from Richmond based on their current and prior registration status. However, we don't know that exact number and the city needs to obtain that. Some will also not qualify to meet the guidelines due to other reasons. So what is the city going to do to address all of those RVs? And once the city moves RVs from Ryden Road and Castro to a safe parking program, how is the city going to ensure that these and other sites in the city remain vacated? Will service programs be strictly voluntary, or will participants be required to have a case manager and participate in service programs as warranted to ultimately help provide a longer-term successful pathway for them? Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I will call our next group of 10, Angela Cox, Doug Linney, Jorge Sandoval, Christine Denson, Jeff Denson, Alex Mazouet, Jose Onofre Erostico, Mala Malabashian, Deborah Bayer, and April Roy. Please be prepared to speak. Our next speaker is Angela Cox.
Good evening. My name is Angela Cox. I'm a Richmond resident and also one of the reference librarians at the Richmond Public Library. I want to remind the public that we are open. Although we are not servicing people in the library, we are still servicing you by providing books that you need, DVDs that you're interested in, photocopying for your children when you're assisting them doing their schoolwork, when you are trying to do your taxes. We are still there serving you. And I'm very happy that the city manager informed people of the program that we're having on the 18th. If you go to our website, www.richmondlibrary.org, you will see various Black History programs that are going on in the Bay Area and in other locations as well. We are here to serve you and welcome the fact that we now have and hope to continue to have access to our building by our streets being preserved for access to receive those essential city services. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is phone number ending in 4510. Phone number ending in 4510. Okay, I'll come back to that person. Our next speaker is Doug Linney.
Hi, thank you. This is Doug Linney. I'm here to speak in favor of item H8 on the consent calendar. I'm the founder and executive director of ZEV 2030, an organization that seeks to speed up the electrification of our automobiles by supporting the goal that all new cars sold in California in 9 years or by 2030 will be powered by renewable energy. We support this because we know that, one, it's technologically feasible. We now have cars that have 200 to 300 plus miles range and more. And there's widespread agreement that pricing will be roughly equivalent to gas-powered cars within 4 years. We also know that, number two, greening our cars is an effective large-scale way to reduce our greenhouse gases. By replacing gasoline with renewably generated electricity, we can eliminate up to 40% of our current emissions. And number three, it is urgent because the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, the IPCC, says we must make drastic changes in order to avoid the worst consequences of climate change. And we can't do this without being as aggressive as possible. There are many issues that need to be addressed in order to reach a goal of 2030, but none of them are insurmountable with a focused effort over the next 9 years. As Bill Gates has said, most people overestimate what they can do in 1 year, but underestimate what they can do in 10 years. I think we've underestimated our ability to move more quickly on ending sales of new gas cars. We can't afford to wait any longer. It would benefit Richmond, obviously with the decrease in the need for refineries, as well as to cleaner air. So I urge you to support this as well. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go back to phone number ending in 4510. Okay. Moving on to.
Mr. Mayor, can I just interject here? Someone is, the person, I recognize that phone number, and for some reason that person isn't getting through. So could you keep trying? I realize, you are trying, but just telling you that that person is trying to get through, but for some reason it's not working.
Okay.
Also, press *6 to unmute if the Zoom automatically muted you upon entering the meeting. Press *6 to unmute on your phone.
Yes, it looks like that person just dropped off. I don't see the person on the list. Maybe they'll come back. Okay, our next speaker is Jorge Sandoval.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, yes. Hi, my name is Jorge Sandoval. I am a nursing student with special interest in public health. And I'm speaking in regards to the Campus Bay Zeneca site. The Environmental Protection Agency determined that this proposed land for the thousands of new homes is a Superfund qualified, which is not something to take lightly. It is a highly hazardous area, putting future residents at risk for serious health complications. And with the numerous environmental hazards in Richmond already, it's a disgrace and upsetting that the council agreed on this action. So if there is continued efforts to build without cleaning the hazard from the council, it shows that you, the council, are greedy and don't care about the people you are meant to serve. And that would be all I have to say. So thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Christine Denson.
Hello.
Hello, Christine. You can go ahead.
Thank you. I'm here to talk about the proposed RV park at Hilltop. And sorry, my dog is now barking. I oppose this. I think we should find a more permanent solution. From what I've read, this will be a temporary solution, and I just really think that for people, vulnerable people like that, it would be better to find a permanent solution rather than having them move again, right? It would be much better for everyone. And my husband's up next. He'll have a lot more to say than I do. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jeff Denson.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, you can start.
I'd like to also echo what my wife just said about, I don't think that the Hilltop site is the right site. For starters, well, I mean, let's just look at some of the other options in which I would like to read something. If one of the other sites is the GRIP or GRIP, the Greater Richmond Interfaith Project, the aim, listen to the mission statement, the aim of the Greater Richmond Interfaith Project is to eradicate homelessness and to end hunger by providing services that include homeless, diversion, interventions, emergency faith shelter placement, housing readiness and navigation, daily meal program, access to basic needs, and brokerage case management. The Hilltop Mall is a commercial venture that has been struggling for years now. And if you were to move a group of people to the Hilltop Mall parking lot, it's completely out of sight, which would lead to the saying, out of sight, out of mind. And in this community that is struggling financially and has for quite some time, we need commercial interests. We need someone to come in and bring money into the community. And that's going to make it a more unattractive venture for them to invest in the mall. That's one thought. There's no infrastructure there, whereas at the GRIP site, there is an infrastructure, and there's even GRIP itself, which is specifically designed for this fact. So that's why it's a very clear. In any case, you'll have to invest money to prepare, but in there's already infrastructure laid out.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Alex Mazouet.
Yes, good evening, Alex Mazouet here, and I'd like to talk about the Zeneca site cleanup. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, okay. So during past City Council and Planning Commission meetings, some people spoke in favor of the partial cleanup at the Zeneca site. One of the arguments focused on environmental concerns. They were saying that the entire shoreline, which has housing already, is built on contaminated soil. And so if we have an earthquake or sea level rise, we'll have this environmental problem to deal with everywhere. Well, first, I'd like to say that it's not true that the entire shoreline is built on contaminated soil, but ultimately there is no way, nowhere on this planet that today, with everything we know about contaminated soil and waters, this could ever qualify as a strong, convincing argument for keeping toxic waste on site, putting a cap on it, and building up to 4,000 condos on top of it all. I mean, it's as if you were saying, okay, that's how it was done in the past. We left the toxic waste and built on top of it. So let's continue to mess up. Let's continue to make the same mistakes over and over, now and forever. No, I think that's very wrong. The people and corporations who are responsible for dumping toxic waste must clean it up completely. Today, there is no excuse for keeping us in the past and refusing to build housing developments that are safe, toxic-free, durable, and that provide a better quality of life for everyone. There is no valid excuse, no rational argumentation for not doing the right thing for our communities now and into the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next group of speakers will be Jose Onofre Erostico, Mala Malebashian, Deborah Bayer, April Roy, Sierra Lavoy, Ben Terrio, Pam Stello, Cesar Cepeda, Platon Cavadius, and Michael Glickson. Please be prepared to speak. Our next speaker is Jose Onofre.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Hello?
go ahead. Mm-hmm.
Oh, yes. My name is Jose Onofre Rostico, and I am a CSU East Bay nursing student. As a future nurse, we are expected to advocate for our communities and look out for their health. When I heard and read about this ongoing case of housing development over at the Zeneca site on the Richmond Southeast shoreline, I felt obligated and encouraged to speak up. It is of no secret that where you live, your environment, can predict your health. Allowing housing in hazardous lands, especially carcinogens, while knowing what it can do to you in the long run, is very irresponsible as leaders and lacks empathy. I ask of you to please think about the community that you serve and halt the housing development until there is full removal of hazardous waste. Please and thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mala Malebashian.
Hi, my name's Mala Malebashian. I'm here also to oppose the Hilltop Safe Parking site. I moved to the community about 1.5 years ago, and I was to just hear about this within maybe the last 5 or 6 days. It feels like The board was purposefully not transparent, and I don't understand why. Why wouldn't we have more time to discuss this? But anyway, I also wanted to agree with Tom, reading Tom Kahn, not Tom Butts, that reading that scripture, it just sickened me. I don't want to see government people quoting scripture in an email. I don't see how that is necessary at all. I thought we had separation of church and state. But anyway, I agree with what everyone has said about opposing the safe parking and that we have to find another site. I agree regarding the GRIP site. I don't understand why pavement is so important. I've camped many times in my lifetime. I'm not looking for pavement to pull my RV on or my car onto. As long as there was a hard surface, it doesn't need to be pavement. In my eyes, you're putting a lot of emphasis on that. As they said, the GRIP site is near services. It's closer to the city of Richmond. You said in your email, Mr. Butts, that you could get over 100 vehicles up at Hilltop, and as if that were a great thing. Relocating campers into permanent housing would be an ongoing objective. Doesn't sound very positive to me. It sounds like you don't know what's going to happen. But anyway, the other thing is about Prologis and how did they're a private company on private land. How did this even happen? It doesn't make sense. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Deborah Bayer.
Hello, this is Debbie Bayer. I'm a Richmond resident, and I wanted to call in to just raise the issue of district redistricting. So we were in a crunch last time because we had a suit and we had to get the city districted before the election, and we got an auditing firm to figure out, where people are coming from. We had public participation, and it was done. But we had discussed having, at that time, an independent sort of community review to be part of the process, and not just to hire somebody who doesn't really know our city to do it, but to maybe have a randomly picked out of applicants group of people who could fairly impartially try to redistrict the city based on the new census numbers that are coming out. And I realize that the census numbers are coming out later than usual, but we still are obligated to use them to redistrict for the next 10 years. So this is going to be a really long, a major decision. It's going to be a long push into the future before we have a chance to do this again. And I think it's worthwhile to start discussing it. And it's not too early. In fact, it's maybe late. Most other Bay Area cities have already been setting up their commissions to figure out what the process should be to look at the census data when it comes out and figure out what districts we want to divide the city in for electoral purposes. So I just hope that that can be put on the agenda and put under people's thinking caps and get ready for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Councilmember Bates.
Yes, I guess you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Well, I apologize, but I continue to have malfunction. But what I had to say initially was probably mute now. And I wanted to first express my congratulations to the Vice Mayor Demilus Johnson, whom I hope I was ready to make a motion to support. And I hope the council follow through with that position. Basically, what I wanted to indicate to the community was that I have requested that this item of the Hilltop be reconsidered as one who did not vote on that position, it's my understanding the bylaws authorize me to request a reconsideration, and I've asked the city clerk to place it on the agenda for February the 23rd or March the 2nd. So I hope that will suffice, and we can revisit that Hilltop position and move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is April Roy.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, you can begin.
Okay, thank you. I am, as with others, and particularly I heard Jeff Dennison and Tom Kahn express perfectly the objection to the safe parking pilot project at the Hilltop Mall, and primarily because there are other locations that would be well suited where there are showers and food, etc. Parking should not be an issue. The GRIP program is a perfect location. Within Hilltop, I represent as the president of the Hilltop Village Owners Association. That's approximately 553 homeowners here. We're just finding out about this last week, so we haven't even had an opportunity to inform all of the homeowners of the particular impact. So you didn't do an impact report. We've talked with a couple of dealerships. Nobody knows about this. What does Walmart say about this? What other businesses in the area are okay with this? We're currently inundated with homeless on the hill right below our homes. They're camped on the hill, tents and garbage and all the rest on its county property, but it's in the city of Richmond, and you're aware of it. So we're very concerned with the lack of transparency, the lack of communication, the process legally for informing us or giving us an opportunity to comment. And we're objecting on that merit more than anything. And please look at the other location, GRIP, that has been suggested by others. We appreciate it, and we thank you, Representative Bates, for putting this, asking for this to get on the agenda again for reconsideration. I yield.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sierra Lavoie.
This is Sherry Paget. Sierra is my 7-year-old granddaughter, and her name's on this computer. Can you hear me?
Yes, you can go ahead. Okay.
These comments relate to the extremely complex 100-year accumulation of hazardous waste and hazardous material on the 85-acre Zeneca site on the Richmond South Shoreline, where the city entered an ill-advised agreement to allow all hazards to remain in place, pour 65 acres of concrete on top, and build 4,000 80-foot-high condominiums. Cal EPA Department of Toxic Substances Control has regulatory and jurisdictional responsibility to protect humans and the environment from harmful impacts caused by the hazardous waste on the Zeneca site. The 85 acres include 550,000 cubic yards of an off-gassing and leaking witch's brew with no liner underneath and no barrier on the sides, draining into nearby property and into the San Francisco Bay waters. The regulatory jurisdiction and oversight for the health and safety of 10,000 or more humans living in a small area on top of a massive hazardous waste dump put into the hands of a regulatory agency that is slow and barely reactive is a setup for potential failure. Our ask is that the city figure out a way to get itself out of the current agreement for health and safety reasons and protect all future humans that may work or live in that area. Thank you.
Thank you. And I will read our last group of speakers: Ben Terrio, Pam Stello, Cesar Cepeda, Platone Cavadius, Michael Glickson, Dorothy Gilbert, Benjamin Ordaz, Patricia Sáenz, Oscar Garcia, and Tarnell Abbott. Ben Terrio.
Good evening, Council. Ben Terrio, President of the Richmond Police Officers Association,
resident city of Richmond. I'd like to echo CPRC Chair Joseph's concerns for the meeting this Thursday regarding the Public Safety Task Force. We definitely don't get as much public turnout as we'd like to see, so we'd like to push that and hope more people show up. Also for the CPRC, the council liaison is definitely a necessary thing, and something that allows the commission to function well. I also have the unfortunate news of informing the council and city manager that the POA has terminated the workers' comp carve-out program that we've had with the city since January of 2017. What does this mean in layman's terms? Well, since January 2017, we've been in agreement with the city to work outside of our statutory workers' comp system. This program saves the city large sums of money on legal claims, payouts, lost worker time, overtime costs, etc. Unfortunately, this city, our city, was unable to have this program function continuously just 4 years after our rank and file painfully been trying to make this work the entire time. The bottom line, during closed session, if you look on the agenda, those little liability claims that you vote on and hear about, those are going to go up a lot. Legal fees for fighting claims in the statutory system, those are going to go up a lot. This program was designed from grocery chains years ago, and it's been implemented in police and firefighters groups and used by municipalities all over the state, including Los Angeles, Fresno, and San Francisco, and it works just fine. Unfortunately, it's pathetic and sad because, not surprising by any of us who lived in this work in this city, it was not able to function here. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Pam Stello.
Good evening. Oops. Good evening. My name's Pam Stello. I'm a Richmond resident. I want to speak briefly on Point Malate. The EIR for the SunCal Point Malate luxury housing plan is indefensible. The project's not safe. At least 4,000 people in a high fire severity zone with one road that can't be widened to a frequently gridlocked freeway. It's incumbent upon you as representatives of the public's interest to not defend an inadequate EIR and not defend the city's wrongdoing when the former city council violated the Brown Act and public trust by voting behind closed doors, a backroom vote orchestrated by our mayor. You must counter the wrongdoing and corruption that's led to the SunCal deal and end the contract with SunCal and proceed according to planning law. The law exists to protect the public interest. The contract does not force the city to proceed if the project is not safe. No court will bind a city to a contract to build a housing plan that endangers residents, violates environmental law, and was rammed through illegally with a backroom vote to avoid legally required public participation. I want to repeat what Andre Soto said. Tom butts backroom deals. Point Malate, AstraZeneca, now the Hilltop deal. A woman said, "How did this even happen?" Look no further than Mayor Butt and his backroom dealings. Many other backroom dealings led by the mayor have cost our city millions and residents dearly, and they must stop. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Cesar Cepeda.
Good evening, council members and mayor and staff. I have two comments today. The first one, as the chair of the Sierra Club West County Group, I want to thank you for your support on item H8. EVs are the way of the future, but also please keep note on the infrastructure as we're building it to make sure that we are building it and starting out in the low income and working families areas. In order for the EVs to work for everyone, that is the community that we have to focus on. Richmond has the worst air in the Bay Area, and we already have an EV charging station ordinance for new buildings coming up in Richmond, which is great. Make sure that we continue that so that we can continue the infrastructure again for the low income and our working families. Now, my other comment is as president of the Hilltop District Neighborhood Council, and I want to echo some of the other comments already made in regards to the safe parking program, but also some of the comments that I've heard from some of the residents. The whole process around this has been disrespectful to our community. No one reached out to any of the community leaders at Hilltop. No one reached out to any of the neighbors or community there. While we do not think that Hilltop or Civic Center is the right place, because we need to find a long-term solution for this project. We know that at the end of this year, once we get out of the COVID-19 pandemic, the Marriott is going to have at least 200 people that are currently at the Marriott Hotel leave and into the streets. We need to find a location that will be long-term, and that would be the GRIP site. Please support the GRIP site. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Platon Kavadius.
Hello?
Yes, hello. You may begin speaking.
Great. Platon Kavadius here, Richmond Hilltop Village resident. And as followers before me, I'm opposed to this. First of all, like Caesar had mentioned, we were not informed, unlike your project agenda stated that you would inform the neighborhood. You did not. However, I understand that other neighborhoods that were considered that the council members were living in or are living in were informed, and they refused. Mayor Budd, I'd like to reply to your statement about religion. First of all, as it was stated before, don't mix politics and religion together, number one. Number two, how dare you preach to us? Number three, if you so desire, why don't you take up some homeless people in your neighborhood, maybe 3 or 5? And I invite that to the other members of the council too. The other part is that a council member had mentioned that it was not safe for them to be in a civic center. And I feel, well, is it safe for us in the neighborhood at Richmond Hilltop to have these people? As I recall, Chevy's was burned, and by the investigation, it was the homeless. As April Roy has mentioned, we have had several problems with homeless at our hill, and they have had fires also started by the homeless. Then the other thing is that we were not informed at all. No one informed us. We had this at the late session. And also the mall, Mayor, I really hate to see you say that it was the mall is dead. I know it's hard to get tenants in, but this is not going to help the situation over there. And the only thing I could other say is that the pandemic had nothing to do.
I'm sorry, your time has expired.
Oh, okay, thanks.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Michael Glickson.
Hello there. Can you hear me?
Yes, you may begin.
Thank you. I'm Michael Glickson. I'm a resident of Richmond, and I'm speaking tonight on the matter of the Campus Bay Zeneca site. The city needs to extract itself from the ill-advised development agreement for the construction of thousands of units of housing. I am requesting that the city council revote and overturn the previous majority's acquiescence to the DTSC's cleanup option 3A. I am urging our new council majority to reaffirm the original vote from a couple of years back for a complete cleanup, option 6, before any housing is built, and to inform the DTSC that the city of Richmond has had a change of heart, a change back, actually. Complete removal of all the toxics left behind by Stauffer Zeneca over the span of 100 years is the only just solution. Why does this huge multinational corporation get to leave a mess? It's not right. Only a complete cleanup will protect the health and safety of future construction workers and all humans and other downstream life forms. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Dorothy Gilbert. Dorothy?
Can you hear me?
Yes, Dorothy, you may start.
Thank you. I'm Dorothy Gilbert, Richmond homeowner, resident 22 years. And I'm speaking on the AstraZeneca construction project. You now have an opportunity to rectify a foolish and dangerous decision on the part of the previous council, who in a lame duck session rushed through a measure to pave over a Superfund qualified site without considering how ridiculously inadequate such an action would be. We are going to have sea rise. We are going to have bay rise. Powerful, virulent toxins left from 100 years of industry will spread even more along the shore and in the soil and contaminate more of the bay. There is a years-long history of appalling indifference to the health of people who might construct living space there, who might live there, might live near there. 17 years ago, when I was living where I live and the home I own, there was a project to blow that toxic soil east to us on our neighbors, and we could get the toxins and we could get the cancers and so forth. Please, let's stop that, and let's not have construction on this very, very sick, poisonous, virulent soil. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Benjamin Ordaz.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, you can begin.
Okay. Good evening, Council. My name is Benjamin Ordaz, and I want to speak in regards to the proposed development on the Zeneca site. The Department of Toxic Substances Control says that there's still a long list of toxins in the soil at the Zeneca site. Simply covering it with concrete is not the solution. It needs to be properly removed. Developing on the site without the proper removal of the toxins exposes the construction workers, their families, and future residents at a higher risk for developing health complications. It's decisions like these that promote poor health outcomes for Richmond residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Patricia Science. Patricia?
Hello? Oh, can you hear me?
Yes, you can start.
Okay. Hello, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. My name is Patricia Science. I am a Contra Costa County high school teacher and also a resident. So I was born and raised here in Richmond, California. So I grew up listening to the Chevron sirens every morning, every Wednesday, first Wednesday of every month. And with Chevron being there and affecting not only our community, my family, but also the community of Richmond, 3 out of the 5 people in my immediate family have developed asthma. And also, not to mention that Richmond and also West Contra Costa school districts and around the area have the highest diagnoses of breathing problems and asthma. Not even to mention on what happened in 2012 when Chevron caught on fire. My family and a lot of other families were in the emergency rooms due to Chevron. So I'm here to not only bring awareness and attention, but to also hold accountable Chevron for not only dropping 600 gallons of petroleum, oil, and other stuff into our water, but also the continuous flares, the continuous smoke that goes into our families. And a lot of these people are Black and brown folks within our community. And with that, Chevron is a $190 billion company, meaning that they should be fully held accountable. And although this might be too much, I think they should also be paying the health of, how do I say this? They should be paying for our health insurance. This is affecting our livelihood. This is also cutting our life expectancy out here. So I'm asking for Chevron for that, or you can just get out of Richmond because we are over this. We are tired of this. Thank you so much for taking the time to hear me out.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Oscar Garcia.
Hi, good evening. My name is Oscar Garcia. I'm president of the Iron Triangle. I'm here to make comments on the RV park that was proposed in the Hilltop area. I honestly don't know too many details about the project, but what I have seen or heard is that the local community and neighborhoods were not engaged. I'm involved, like I said, with the Iron Triangle Neighborhood Council, and the city often or normally requires that the neighborhood councils sign off on major changes or projects that are going on in the neighborhoods. So I'm quite disappointed to hear that that didn't happen for this pretty big change that is being proposed for the Hilltop area. So I'm here to request, that the city council listen to the affected residents and the city as a whole. We need to find a good home for these individuals, but it needs to work out for all parties involved. And I also would like to make a comment. I also serve on the Community Police Review Commission, and I want to echo comments made earlier that we do need our city council liaison in this post George Floyd era. It's actually quite embarrassing, to be honest, that we don't have our city council liaison, considering the importance of the work that we do. And so, I want to put some pressure on you to please fill that seat as soon as you can. We need our city council liaison so that we can continue making work on making improvements in better managing the Richmond Police Department. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And our last speaker is Tarnell Abbott.
Hi. Can you hear me?
Yes, you can start.
Thank you. I want to say quickly, I support H8 and H10, but mostly I want to talk about the Campus Bay, also known as Zeneca, former Stauffer chemical site, which is owned by AstraZeneca. It is a Superfund qualified site, and thus in no way can it legally be considered a brownfield. Please find a way to extricate the city from the development agreement with Hillco and Shopoff, putting 4,000 units of housing on top of 550,000 cubic yards of toxic waste. This is not healthy for children and other living things. In fact, the toxic plumes, which have been leaking off of the site because there's no containment underneath or around it, is already damaging the fish in Steege Marsh. I ask that the City Council resolve to go back to Cal EPA, DTSC, and ask them to order a stringent cleanup, alternative 6. And to the people at Hilltop, you are not facing the reality of houseless folks. Please go check out GRIP. You might be shocked to learn how limited their services are. I think that there is no good answer to homelessness unless we have a more equitable society. And in the meantime, everybody's about 3 paychecks away from being on the street themselves, and these people need a place. Having them in the parking lot in front of the library is extremely limited parking space there. It just isn't big enough. And you're gonna have to find a way to deal with it. So let's clean up everything. Let's start with the most toxic sites, get those cleaned up. AstraZeneca can pay for it. They have the money. Thank you.
Thank you. And that was our last public speaker.
Okay, let's move to the next item. That's the consent calendar, right?
Yes, approval of the consent calendar. And just to remind the public, item H2 was removed for consideration at the end of the agenda.
Is there a motion to approve the consent calendar?
I move the item. I move the item.
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion to second. Call the roll, Madam Clerk.
Vice Mayor, I'm sorry, Councilmember Bates. Councilmember Bates, are you there? Councilman Jimenez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Johnson?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin?
Yes.
Councilmember Willis?
Yes.
Mayor Butt?
Yes.
And Councilmember Bates, are you there? Any absent? The motion passes with Councilmember Bates absent. Next item on the agenda is item I1. There are individuals who would like to speak on this item. Please raise your hand by pressing the raise hand button. If you're joining us by video, if you're joining us by phone, press the star key and the number 9. And Ursula, can you please repeat those instructions in Spanish, please?
Yes. Si desea dar un comentario público sobre el número de agenda I1, por favor, levante su mano ahora. Para comentar por computadora, seleccione la opción de participante en la parte de abajo de su pantalla y seleccione la opción que dice Raise Hand para levantar su mano. Para comentar por teléfono, oprima estrella 9. No podrá inscribirse para hablar después de que la secretaria municipal termine de leer el número y el tema de la agenda. Gracias.
After I read item I1 into the record, the opportunity to sign up to speak for this item will be closed. Item I1 is to review the fiscal year 2020 through 2021 operating and capital improvement budgets at mid-year and adopt a resolution approving the proposed fiscal year 2020 through 2021 budget adjustments. Looks like we have 5 speakers for this item.
Good evening, Mayor Butt, Vice Mayor Johnson, and council members. My name is LaShonda White, and I'm the Acting Deputy City Manager for Internal Services. It is a pleasure tonight to be able to present the fiscal year 2021 mid-year budget review, along with Finance Director Belinda Brown and Accounting Manager Antonio Benuelos. Oh, sorry, Kate, we don't have the PowerPoint up. Thank you, KCRT, much appreciated. All right, next slide, please. So at mid-year, at the midpoint of the fiscal year, staff conducts a very detailed analysis to determine if the original fiscal year 2021 budget is still viable or if adjustments will be necessary. The mid-year review provides us with an opportunity to do the following. It provides the City Council and the public a snapshot of the current fiscal year based on the most currently available revenues and expenditures, and formally acknowledges what has actually happened in the past 6 months since the fiscal year 2021 budget was adopted. It also allows us to determine if budget adjustments are needed and if projections need to be revised through the analysis of actual revenues that have been received and costs expended to date. It provides updates and incorporates prior council decisions that were made from budget adoption through the end of December. And then it also serves, since mid-year serves as an updated baseline for the development of the fiscal year 21-22 budget process, this will also serve as an opportunity for council and community input on the budget. Next slide. So here's a list of the budget goals that we used during the development of the 2021 budget process. One of the major goals is to not only adopt a balanced budget within a specific fiscal year, but also to strive for a long-term structurally balanced budget. It is important to note that although the city's current fiscal year financial position appears to be improving, as you will see through tonight's presentation, the city continues to face a structural deficit. A structural budget deficit results from a fundamental imbalance between revenues and expenditures, as opposed to a budget based on short-term factors. We know it is important for us to preserve services to the community, and we want to also minimize staff reductions. As we think about the services we provide, we must also take into consideration the impacts of COVID-19 on our services as well as our budget. Last but not least, we want to increase cash reserves to the adopted policy level for various reasons, which includes helping us maintain our bond ratings. In a future meeting, city staff will bring forth options for budget guiding principles for council consideration and discussion. These principles will provide focused direction for staff during the budget development process and will be key as the city looks to develop a fiscal sustainability plan in the coming year. With that, I will turn it over to my colleagues.
Good evening, this is Antonio Banuelos from the Finance Department. Let me start with the general fund revenue. So first 6 months of the fiscal year is actually looking pretty good, as LaShonda mentioned. Based on what we've seen the first 6 months, we're projecting an increase in general fund revenues of $10.7 million. Let me go into $1,000. That's due to the assessed valuation being a little bit higher than originally thought. And based on the numbers received through December, the December payment from the county corresponds to over 50% of the yearly property tax. So that's a good sign. For sales tax, we're projecting an increase of $3.4 million. That's also based on actuals received to date and estimates trending higher from our sales tax consultant. For sales tax, we're really bolstered by the big box stores, by Costco, by Target, by the Home Depot, by Walmart. Those have been doing well. For UT, probably our largest revenue stream, it's pretty much as budgeted, a small increase of $56,000. That's due to actual receive, most of that from the Chevron cap payment, which was a little bit higher than forecasted last year. The big increase, though, is transfer tax. This is the city share on the sale of property within the city of Richmond. So far through the first 5 months of the fiscal year, so payments received through December, the amounts are significantly higher. These are based on a few very large sales. And based on those sales, we're projecting a $7.4 million. Not sure what happened there. And for the rest of the year, projecting more modest sales. As mentioned in previous meetings, this is the most volatile revenue stream. We never know when large properties are going to sell, but when they do, that means a lot of money for the city of Richmond, especially with the tiered structure that's currently in place that was approved by voters in 2018. So any property that sells for over $1 million it goes up the rate a little bit higher, up to 3% if properties are sold for over 10 million, I believe. For expenditures, we're also seeing an increase here, in this case of $6.3 million. 4.3 of that million is for police overtime, fire overtime, and unfunded CalPERS liability that was discovered after the budget was adopted last summer. We're also seeing increases for professional service of close to $600,000. Some increases to equipment and contract services, about $100,000. Most of that to repair the courtyard entrance. We also need a asset capital outlay increase of $130,000 due to urgent IT infrastructure needs. And also have to increase the operating transfers out by 1.1 million. And this is going to the Housing Authority. So last June, we adopted revenues at $165.1 million. Right now, we're projecting it will increase to $175.8 million. We adopted 165.1, but that included a $3 million of placeholders. So we were trying to get some extra money through that, reductions, I mean, and that's still in progress. And right now we're projecting the expenditures for the general fund to be $171.7 million. So what we adopted was with no surplus or deficit, it was 0%. We're projecting right now, if everything pans out as we're looking at it, it's going to be an increase of a surplus of 2.3% revenues over expenditures. Against, which is still take it to $1.2 million below the policy level of 15%, but we'll be closer to that target. Okay, I'll hand it over to Belinda.
Thanks, Antonio. So for your consideration, fiscal year 2021 is not over yet. What we have presented this evening is for the first 6 months of the fiscal year. That'll be July through December. We still have 6 months to go. There's still some unknown items that we still have to review on a monthly basis. For instance, the placeholder items that are currently still in the budget that haven't still materialized yet. The longer term impact of COVID. You know, we did adjust the budget slightly at mid-year to adjust for some of the COVID impacts that we believe or that we know have happened or will continue to happen, but we still don't know how much more we may have to reduce the budget. Potential changes in the CalPERS costs their discount rate. The rate was already discounted from 7.5% down to 7%, which increased the amount of money that we have to pay on an annual basis. If they still don't obtain an interest rate of 7%, which they have not as of yet, they could possibly further reduce the rate, which would increase our CalPERS amount that we have to pay. We still don't have the results of the calcification and compensation study yet. And so therefore we don't know the total impacts for this current year's budget. And then we're still have yet to receive the recommendations from the Reimagine Task Force. We still have some unmet needs that we haven't budgeted for over several years. One being the cost of living adjustments. We still have some negative fund balances to cure. We have frozen positions. We have a backlog of deferred maintenance. We haven't met our reserve policy level yet. We've gotten close, but haven't met them quite yet. We still have our OPEB unfunded liability piece that we have not been budgeting for. We need a facilities maintenance plan so that we can adequately budget for our costs on our facilities and replacement costs. And we have not budgeted for internal service funds, for instance, for IT, for equipment for their replacement equipment, for our fleet, our aging fleet. So these are still some things that we have not incorporated into the budget. So for future steps and opportunities, we're still going to come back monthly and give the council budget updates. We're going to incorporate, the council and stakeholders in our budget input sessions. And we'll be coming back, as LaShonda already talked about, for the council budget principles. We will have a report on our bond portfolio, which would include swaps that the council had questions regarding, and that's coming in next month. And we still need to come back with our long-term fiscal sustainability options. So for our recommended action, we're asking council to adopt a resolution confirming and approving the fiscal year 2021 mid-year adjustments. That concludes our presentation for this evening, and we're open for any questions that you may have.
The questions from council members? Councilmember Jimenez.
Thank you, everybody, and thank you for the presentation. I have several questions. Some of the quick questions that I have is, can you give us kind of like in the money, in the percentage, when you had the deficit and surplus, the 2.3%, you show first the other, the adapted, in percentage. So can you give us the money figure there?
Antonio, do you have the dollar amounts? You want to know the reserve amount? Is that what you're looking for?
Well, you're talking about the deficit or surplus, the surplus. I imagine that is that.
I believe what you, oh, sorry. I was just saying, I believe that 2.3%, Antonio or Belinda, please correct me, equates to $4.1 million.
$4.1 million.
Of a surplus in the current, at this point in time.
Okay, thank you. You mentioned also negative fund balance. Can you give me how much money is that?
Vanessa, you have that number? We're at about 5 million, is that right? Yeah, we're showing about 5 million in several funds. Of that 5 million, we have about 1 million, about 3 million, I believe, that will have to be cured by general fund. That would be the only funding source to cure that.
And you put like for last year, you paid 2.9 million, right? From the general fund transfer, right?
We did.
Okay, thank you. Also, can you explain what is the placeholder items? Can you give us, what do you mean by placeholder items?
So we start off the budget with $3 million in placeholders for union concessions. We received about $500,000.
Okay. Okay, so I have other question. I am looking at the CIP spend, and I noticed that the data, for instance, like the data that you are putting, and I look at the 2015 to this mid-year, and then you have some, according to the city on data, each year the city increases its original budget for asset capital outlet and then spends a mere fraction of its budget, especially when depreciation is not included in the actual expenditures. So for instance, in this fiscal year, the city started with an original budget over 54 million, then increased the revised budget to over 74 million. And as a mid-year has spent 6 million, which accounts roughly of 80% of the revised budget. This has been kind of like patterns that I see from the ones that I have been able to look from 2016 through to 2020. And I just have, I wonder, when the city repeatedly states that it has a structural deficit because does not have enough money for capital maintenance of buildings. For me, raise a question when I see the data. What is the city budgeting so high and spending little in every year budget? And I can say, like, for instance, in 2015 to 2016, you have a budget, revised budget of over $32 million. And the actual spending were almost 12 million without taking depreciation. So it was like 38%, and the next expenditures, 25% in 2017, 29% in 2018, 21% in 2019. And now we are in the middle of mid-year, and we had spent 8%. So that is one question. And the other question, that is one question. I want you to answer that, and I will continue.
Vanessa, you want to speak about your capital budget?
Belinda, I'm not sure if Vernesia is on. I don't see her.
Vanessa is, oh, she was on the line.
Oh, I see her now, but something isn't working.
Maybe when she like, I can answer the question, the other question that I have while
yes, if you don't mind doing that while we try and find a way for to get Vanessa.
And also I am looking at this and Transparent Richmond, which is a great site. Thank you and everybody, I recommend you to go there because it's a great site for information as well. There is also grant award spending grants. And I also see that pattern of spend budgeting, but then spending less than we budget. My questions to that: what is the reason for no spending it or the low spending at the mid-year this year? We had only spent 14% of the grant award for capital improvement and infrastructure maintenance and operation. And if these grants are given to the city, if we don't spend it in the year, are these grants roll over to the next year? And if so, where is the money? And if no, does the city have to return the money because we didn't spend it?
So grants have different expiration terms. The capital grants tend to roll over. They tend to be minimally 2 to 3 year grants. And so you have a certain time frame to spend the funding. So usually you spend the money first and then you do a drawdown, you get the reimbursement for the expenditures.
Okay. So we are spending right now, when you look at that, we have 14% of the total that we are spending. So it was like grants for $35 million. And we are today, maybe, I don't know, like maybe I am a little off because this is also some data from Transparent Richmond as well, that we like is kind of like more or less $5 million. So it's roughly 14%. So what is this like? Why do is like what if mid-year I assume, and correct me if I'm wrong, that probably we will have expenditure like spending 50% of the money, but we are in 14 like spending we had spent only 14%. So
Councilmember Jimenez, that's a really good question. We have Tawfiq Halabi, who is on the line and available to answer questions. He's the interim Public Works Director.
Good evening. Good evening, Mayor Butt, Councilmember Jimenez, and members of the City Council. My name is Tawfiq Halabi. I'm currently serving as the Interim Director of Public Works, and I can respond to your inquiry on the capital projects. At the moment, we are awarding multiple construction contracts that are funded by various grants. We have state grants and federal grants and ECIA grants. So what you're seeing now in the consent calendar during the months of January, February, March, and April are multiple construction contracts. So we are moving forward, and we will be drawing down on the grants. That number that you see in the report will go up significantly, and all of those projects will roll over into the next fiscal year. We have no issues. We have no expirations on those grants. We will not lose any of the funding. We always like to do our construction beginning in the spring and the summer. We don't like to start our construction in October and November. So that's why we have a low drawdown now, but the report, then the numbers will go up over the next few years through the end of the fiscal year. Does that answer your question, Councilmember Jimenez?
Yeah, I asked a question first that you haven't answered, so I will repeat it for you so you can answer. Is that in this mid-year, there was in assets and capital outlets, there was an original budget of 54 million plus. And then there was a revised budget that increased to 74 millions, and I just wonder what is the difference, like why the city is making this original budget and then the revised budget very high or like significant different.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, Vernesia, we just want to let people know that you're able to respond. So we have one of our budget analysts on the line now.
Thank you.
Hi, this is Vanessa Ward. I'm a budget analyst in the finance department, and I'm responsible for primarily capital projects in addition to other departments. The question that you're asking, I believe, is you're asking the original budget starts out at one amount, then we have a revised budget and it goes up. What we do is at year-end close, most of the projects have POs or encumbrances that carry forward to the next year. So like they may have encumbered a contract for a specific project, but did not finish it in the prior year. So once the year closes, we roll that amount into the current year. And so that's the major increase for the budget.
Okay. I have another question, but I think like, thank you so much. I think this is more for the budget people, the staff. So I have been asking for a lot of information for all of you around finances because I want to understand better what our budget is and how with that information to make the right decision. So on January 26 of 2021, the city auditor stated, if I understand it correctly, there may be about somewhere around 11 million in deficit in the budget in 2021. And according to the staff report tonight, the city is actually showing a large or a surplus of 4 million. I just want to understand, it was few, even like less than a month ago that we had that presentation. And I wondered who provides the statement to the auditor about the supposed deficit, and if when did you know that the U.S. staff, the finances, was aware that the city was going to receive much money, more money than they were expecting?
So the amount that the auditors quoted was incorrect. That was not the amount that we gave them. We gave them the amount that we had when we had been doing the budget in our previous presentations that showed $5.5 million. That was the gap that we had at the time. So that was just a misspoken amount that was given.
So, but it wasn't corrected in that presentation. Can you explain why?
Well, the amount wasn't correct, but we hadn't finished doing all of our analysis to know where we're going to end up as in tonight for what we're presenting. But the amount stayed $5.5 million. That's what we had been showing council every time we came for a budget update.
How much? Can you repeat? 5.5?
I believe it was 5.5.
Yeah. So I just, and I have some follow-up questions, because one of the documents that you guys, the staff sent me to me was the 20 million deficit description. So that was going to be like 3.2 in sales tax decrease, the UT and other taxes and decrease, and then, but in May 2006, 2020 presentation, the forecast deficit was a decrease of 12 million and an increase of 16.9 million. And the statement from the staff was that the city needs to act soon to reduce costs and avoid significant fiscal disruption. In that presentation, the city cited a 6 million COVID deficit. That was almost at the end of the fiscal year. Why, when I asked for the breakdown of the 20.5 million, was the 6 million COVID deficit removed, and instead an additional 6.6 million was added to the forecast expenses? And because I see like it was completely changed the nature of the data that it was presented in May 2020. And so I just want to question, were staff aware at the end of May, 1 month before the end of the fiscal year, that there was no 6 million COVID deficit for fiscal year 20? And instead was a surplus. Can you explain
Belinda,
that to me?
Belinda, I don't know if you're
I'm
able.
sorry, I'm trying to look up the report, but because now you're talking about last year's COVID amount, correct?
Yeah, I just want to understand, because you mentioned and you sent to me this Excel deficit, and I just want to understand that part.
Because we did have a COVID deficit, a deficit related to COVID last year in sales tax. Antonio, do you remember the amount, the reduction amount for sales tax? Or Vanessa or Bird?
Not the exact amount. I'd have to look up the file.
I think while they're looking at that, I'd also add that many cities had no idea what was going to happen with COVID. And all of the folks that I'm in contact with all over the state all predicted a really significant COVID impact. We've been fortunate in Richmond, and some other cities have been in the same situation. Those cities that don't rely particularly on tourism, and Richmond doesn't rely particularly on tourism. All cities have revised their budgets upwards, because the good news is that some of those estimates didn't pan out as expected. Most cities budget conservatively, so as not to get caught off guard even in a worse way at the last minute. And so number of our revenue sources, while we're showing what we probably should have shown, was not just that they're increasing, but we didn't have to decrease them as much as we originally did. So our sales tax, for instance, at least according to what I understood the other day, was that we're still not to where we were the prior year. We're still not expecting to be, having the same sales tax revenue as a year ago. But that the estimate we made, we estimated too low, as did many other cities, for sales tax in particular. So just to provide that context.
Okay, and in that sense, document, you provided me with a data that is suggesting a system error that increased the salaries and wages estimated related to standby pay. Can you explain what this system error is and what is still on the books? And if you found an error, when did you know, and why wasn't the estimate adjusted down to correct the error? And it will be great if you can provide me documentation relating to this system error on standby pay.
Bernicia, can you respond to that?
She wants, excuse me. The standby pay error, is that what you're asking about?
Yeah, that was part of the $29 million deficit amount.
I think that happened when we took out some standby pay. I'm not sure. We'll have to get back to you with that. When we roll a budget, the first projection, a lot of times the payroll, salary, and benefits, those things have to be reviewed. And so at this point, when we provided that information, it hadn't changed yet. By the time we usually get to the final adoption, we've cleared out all those kinks. So sometimes it's just our financial system when we're working with payroll and salary and benefits, and the pay gets calculated that way. I think it was on overtime, and it went to not the employees, the salary employees, and that was the error, I remember.
Okay. Well,
Yes,
I want to. Okay, perfect. And I want to follow up with that because I would like to an explanation of why 7.5 million more in benefit costs was explained in the city's brief as having to do with the movement of 41 positions into the general fund for former enterprise funds. And I asked this question and you say, no, there were no positions that were moved for enterprise funds to the general fund before were defunded. But then I found in the briefing, in the fact finding, that actually you say yes, they were 41 positions into the general that were moved from the general fund from former enterprises. And this was move of the police dispatch units and the Department of Infrastructure and Maintenance from enterprise funds to the general funds, increasing general funds FTEs by 41 prior to freezing position at the budget adoption. And then I see that in the budget in the spreadsheet that you sent to me, where there is a deficit of $20.9 million. So I just want to kind of like clarify that what enterprise fund has had this position removed, and why did they have? So first, what enterprise fund had position removed, and then why did they have a police dispatch unit, and how these positions get funded?
Okay, so for police, we have CAD and RMS. They were originally in a separate fund, but that's when the city had a consortium. So they had multiple different police agencies paying into that fund. Well, that had disbanded maybe 3 years ago. So the funding that was paying for those dispatchers in last fiscal year, that was paid by and funded by general fund. We were doing a transfer from the general fund between police and fire budgets and moving it over to CAD to cover those costs. And the only revenue they had coming in, I believe, was for the city of El Cerrito because they have a contract with the city of El Cerrito. So that no longer qualifies for those separate funds like that. So we collapsed them back into general fund.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
And then as far as, was it DIMO or engineering that collapsed back, you guys?
We closed engineering cost recovery fund 1051 that we're paying a subsidy to. We moved them to the general fund and closed out that fund so it wouldn't continue to be go further negative. It has one of those negative fund balances. And that was about 4 or 5 employees, I believe.
We closed out DIMO. DIMO used to sit in its own separate fund, but they weren't cost recovering all of their cost. So we moved them back to general fund because they're not a fully recoverable department, and general fund was giving them subsidies.
Okay. Well, thank you. I really glad that you were providing me with that information, because when I was asking you, there was kind of like, I got confused because you say no, and then I got this other information and it was yes. So thank you for clarifying that. And I have other questions. Can you explain, please itemize from this list how many of these expenses which had been added back in the original, adding back were originally removed in the budget reduction in June 2020? And this is when I am looking budget reductions table and description mid-year. I know, for instance, that a payroll supervisor was approved by City Council in December 22nd to 2020 meeting, and that the class and compensation study for $200,000 that was originally eliminated now has been added back. I also see that $15,000 has been added back into the budget for citywide training that was originally listed as $25,000. So what are the items that adjusted and put back in the budget as expenses from the breakdown of cut from June 2020? And can you please list them for me?
I can, I would say I can get started while Belinda, if you were looking for something, if I'm not mistaken, I believe for starters, 2 larger ones are overtime costs. So on one of the slides, it showed that while overtime costs were cut during the development of the fiscal year 2021 budget, we now, after analysis, are having to put back into the budget to be able to cover actuals plus what we're projecting to be spent in fire and police overtime. We've had to put some funds back in the budget. So I just wanted to start with that because I think that's a large one that after some analysis, we realized it was cut too far during the budget development process, but I will let Belinda and other finance staff address other ones. Are there, I was going to say, are there other major items that we want to highlight here? And Councilmember Jimenez, you have really great questions and very thoughtful. And what we also could do, if it's okay with you, is we could take your questions, and if we can't fully answer them to your to the level for which you want answers, we can come back with additional information at a subsequent meeting.
Yeah, that will be great. I have so many questions and I don't want to take more time because I am taking a lot of time, but I want just like one quick question, and I will stop there and I will email to you my other questions. But you say that for the negative funds balance, it was like $5 million. Could you tell me how kind of like where did this 5 million come from?
Yep. Vanessa, do you have the form? The one we discussed this evening? If you can go over that one, what the total amount is, and then let her know which funds are negative.
Okay, can you hear me? Okay.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, so we still have a balance of engineering cost recovery fund 1051 that I just mentioned previously that is now moved to the general fund, but they still have a negative balance of 2.9 million that we still need to clear up. Code enforcement cost recovery fund 1053 has a negative balance of 214,000, and stormwater fund 4006 still has a negative balance of 287,000. And we also have the housing department funds, and they total about 1.5 negative that we still need to clear up. And the actual total is about 4.8 million that still needs to be cleared up overall.
Well, thank you so much.
So we have that in the chart that we can send to you, and it also shows the action plan as far as the payoffs. Okay.
That sounds great. Thank you so much.
Councilor Martinez, you're next.
Thank you. These numbers keep changing, and it's really difficult to keep track with all the changes that keep happening. There's so much going on. I have a hard time knowing exactly where I'm at. But in terms of the negative fund balance, how can we count the housing funds when it's not part of the general fund?
Do you want to take that, Belinda? None of the negative funds are part of the general fund. They've historically just been receiving a subsidy from the general fund.
So the negative cash balances, all of these are balances outside of the general fund.
When you guys say housing, it's the housing authority we're talking about, right? Richmond Housing Authority?
The one that's on this sheet is for the housing department.
Housing department?
Yes.
Not the housing authority.
Correct.
And how is the housing department different from the housing authority?
So these were funds that you want to speak on that one, Lena, for the housing department?
Sure. I believe that a lot of this balance is related to disallowed costs. That was related to the city's CDBG as well as the home fund program. But basically the housing division is the remaining staff from the redevelopment agency that worked with housing funds. But that's where the negative fund balance is that these were disallowed costs by HUD.
And if I may, through Mayor Butt, Lena, and Belinda, I agree that we have both negative fund balances with housing as well as the Richmond Housing Authority. And we're continuing to work with HUD through some technical assistance they've provided. And we anticipate that we'll be able to bring a report to the City Council in March with an update on HUD's findings thus far. But we do anticipate that they are going to continue to disallow several costs and expenditures for as back to 12 to 13 years. And as that information is finalized, we will work with the city manager and city attorney to bring that forward to City Council as those reports are finalized.
So this is an amount that is volatile, that's recurring. How does it get charged to the city?
I just wanted to make sure that, as Lena was indicating, that there's a negative fund balance regarding the housing division, that there's also, I didn't want there to be any confusion and misunderstanding. I want to make sure it's also clear that we'll be coming to City Council pertaining to the Richmond Housing Authority as well. and that we continue to have concerns there as you have been previously updated. So I just wanted to state that so that the public and the council is all clear that there will be additional information coming back to you.
Right, but what I heard from Belinda is that these are funds that have been disallowed. Therefore,
that is correct. That is correct.
So
that's
so
because the former administrative staff, not the staff you have now, there were things that were submitted that HUD disallowed. And when that happens, then we have to enter into the FARS agreement or we enter into repayment agreements. And that's what's been happening historically.
So my question once again is this something that happens periodically? Is this something that happens constantly? Is this something that is volatile in terms of the amount that is being charged? Is this something that can be planned for in our budget?
Those are really great questions. I defer to Belinda.
Yeah, I can address that, Belinda, as well.
Wait, hold on 1 second, Lena. There were some disallowed costs a few years ago for the housing department that was disallowed by HUD. We did pay that off. We did a transfer or whatever, and we took care of those disallowed costs that were hitting the housing department. So the amount now they're showing is no longer disallowed costs. These are the costs that were where there were just some budget, I guess, overruns here, where they need to be covered by through the sale of some properties. There were some properties that need to be sold, and once those are sold, then that should help take care of some of the negative balance that's there. It's about $1.5 million that's sitting in the housing department fund.
Okay, so now what I'm hearing you say is that disallowed cost is not the reason for the negative fund balance. It's something else.
Not for the housing department, not anymore. Lena, you want to go ahead with the other part?
Well, I guess Councilmember Martinez, to your point, the amount shouldn't change. We aren't expecting to have additional overruns. These were one-time costs, and we do have sales of properties that we are managing that we hope to repay the city general fund back with. So those are activities that we're working on to reduce the amount we owe the general fund.
So so my other question, which hasn't been answered, is this something that was predictable? Is this something that you knew about and that you're just adding on now?
This happened prior to our management of the division. So there were others in charge. We're definitely, looking at our budget now, planning for full cost recovery and, making sure that we budget appropriately. So we don't anticipate the amount growing. If anything, it should be decreasing over time as we repay back the general fund.
That's correct.
Okay,
But to be clear, there's two different things. There's the housing department, but there is also the housing authority.
That's understood.
And that is going to require not only an ongoing subsidy, which City Council approved and has been incorporated, and we will continue to incorporate it, but also there is this potential coming up of some disallowed costs that no, we could not have anticipated or budgeted for or planned for.
Right. And my question was, is this something that will happen in the future, or is this something that is a one-time thing this year with this budget?
I believe everybody is working very hard to have this be a one-time thing.
Okay, that's good to hear, but it's I don't know. I think I heard two different things. One was that it was disallowed funds, and then the other that it was that had been paid off, and this was something else, which had to do with property. Is that correct, or
yes?
Did I
That was
misunderstand you?
trying to make the distinction between the housing department and the housing authority. So you did hear two different things, but they're not in conflict. It is the nature of the fund that we're talking about.
Okay, so both of them were happening because someone said that it wasn't the disallowed funds. I don't want to beat a dead horse. I'm just trying to understand. And when I hear different things, it's hard to know exactly what I'm supposed to bite on. Okay, I'll leave that. And I want to go to engineering cost recovery. I know how budgeting for projects happens. You know, I mean, you need all this money, and the money comes at, or rather, the money spent at various times, and so if it shows up as a cost, a budget deficit, it tells me that you didn't really plan for the cost. So how does it show up as a cost deficit?
So the negative cash balances that we
That's what I meant.
have, these are really old, 10 plus years old. A lot of the deficits have been there and they have been sitting out there negative for quite some time.
And they haven't been paid off in 10 years? They've just been sitting there all that time?
They've been sitting there.
And
So
then they're showing up in this budget.
We've been showing you for the last 5-6 years, the negative cash balances
Of the engineering cost recovery?
for all the funds that we had that were negative. We had over $20 million worth of negative cash balances about 5 years ago. Some of them were able to be cured, you know, on their own, like planning and building. Once they had some work going on and they started receiving money or revenues, then that was able to reduce their negative that they had, because they had a negative too, you know, a while ago.
Okay, so what I'm hearing you say is that we can have a surplus and at the same time have a negative cash balance. Is that correct?
That's on the general fund side. When we talk about the surplus, we're talking about general fund balance.
Right, but you, okay, so the surplus is on the general fund side, and the negative cash balance is on what? Capital improvement? What?
It's on, let me see.
Engineering Recovery Fund 1051.
So engineering is not part of the general fund. It's a separate fund?
Yes, the cost recovery fund is a separate fund.
Okay, so what I'm beginning to understand is that we're actually talking about several budgets. One of them is the general fund budget. One of them is capital improvement. One of them is cost recovery. So these are our separate funds, and somehow we're putting them all into the same pot and talking about them as if they're one thing. Is that what I'm understanding?
So the presentation tonight was, the presentation portion was about the general fund and some of the changes that we wanted to account for in the budget and acknowledge what has happened to date. The line of questioning that we received has opened this up into a variety of different avenues. And city budgets are complicated with many different funds. It's like you hold different pockets of money. The primary fund that you all are most interested and concerned with is the general fund, because that is what's most flexible and provides for most of our services.
Okay,
Other ones have very specific parameters.
But what we're hearing is that what we're hearing in this discussion of the general fund is that there's a negative cash balance, which is impacting the general fund. So how can we not talk about the others if they impact the general fund?
Right. I'm not suggesting we don't talk about them. I'm just trying to help with the clarification that over the years, you all have heard me say this before. Over the years, there've been a number of budgeting ways that we have tried, that we've always tried to present a balanced general fund budget to you. One of those ways over time was to separate things into different funds and assume that we were going to get cost recovery. And there were, I don't know how many there were, but let's just pretend it was a dozen of them. What has proven true over the years is that those other funds don't actually have a sufficient source of revenue to pay for themselves. So for many years, finance staff has been presenting those negative fund balances and has been trying to cure them. The only way to cure them is to use general fund money. So they're negative, and they're trying to use general fund money to fix them and to stop them from continuing to get worse and more negative. So the engineering funds is one example. The Housing Authority right now is another example. That was the most recent action the council took, was to acknowledge it requires a general fund subsidy every year. We want to be transparent and include that in the budget. We don't want to keep pretending that these other funds where we're expecting sufficient revenue are just going to keep getting more and more negative, causing more and more problem eventually. So I hope that helps.
Okay, but
a little bit of the philosophy.
But didn't the auditor announce that the 2.9 million was paid off?
So over the years, based on recommendations from staff, City Council has been making these. There was a variety of funds again, and so maybe Belinda, if you could please help me out here with some sort of like, if there was a total amount of money that was due.
My question was, didn't the auditor say that the 2.9 million was paid off? And if so, why are we bringing it back and saying that it hasn't been paid off? What I would like to see are the documents on all of these, and I would like you to send them to all the city council members so that we can see what it is that we're talking about. Because right now, what we see are charts and with no backing as to the validity of these numbers. And the numbers keep changing. So without the documents, we have no idea which numbers are the correct numbers at whatever time it is we're being told what they are. And I believe Claudia asked for some information, and at the time that she asked, I asked that all information be sent to all council members so that we could be on the same page the next time that we met to have this discussion. And I haven't gotten anything.
I will resend some documents that I've been sending.
Councilor Martinez, are you wound up?
I am wound up, and I have a lot of questions.
Wound down, might I say?
Well, no, I've only gone through one bead worth of questions. I've got several more to go.
Okay. You have more questions? Go ahead.
Okay, so the questions have to do with incorrect, on the departments. There's you say that there's incorrect budget entered during budget process. How did this happen, and how do we know that the numbers that are entered are correct as opposed to being incorrect like the previous numbers might have been?
Sorry, you said numbers are entered incorrectly?
Let's see, under Department for Economic Development, 0001 General Fund, it says incorrect budget entered during budget process.
It would be helpful when you all are referring to documents to tell us what it is you're referring to, so we can follow along.
Yeah, well, if these documents had page numbers on them, I could tell you. But
well, are they documents that were in the agenda packet?
Yeah, it's the description of mid-year. It's called
Yeah,
description
it's,
changes mid-year 2021.
So Councilmember Martinez, I believe you are looking at, for those who may be following, it is attachment number 2, summary of mid-year requests, and it tells you what requests are being made and justification for those requests. The one that you are referring to as an example for economic development, where it says to correct budget entered during budget process. These were very specifically about staff positions that were going to be funded with an outside funding source. And so there was some additional, one amount was put in March when we were developing the budget process. As we did analysis almost 8 months later, we realized that the money that was the amount of funds that were going to be attributed to a grant was lower than we initially thought. And in another case, there was double counting or double entry for the allocation for a grant. So it really is, after analysis, correcting for what was put in to the budget, up to 8 months ago. But we put in a lot of information to staff, into the budget, into Munis when we're developing the budget. And sometimes there are small mistakes, and this is one of them.
okay, so, and it happened several times, but, okay. I still am taking issue with that 2.9 million, which the auditor said was paid off. So I don't know how to resolve that.
Yeah, Belinda, I don't know if you're able to, but for the negative fund balance, if that's what Councilmember Martinez is referring to, which I believe it is.
Yes.
Belinda initially, a while ago, stated that 5-6 years ago, we brought to City Council the fact that there was over $20 million of negative fund balances, a total of over $20 million of negative fund balances across a variety of different funds. And every year, as part of kind of the year-end cleanup, the city staff has been recommending to City Council, and City Council has approved the usage of some of, if we have a surplus at the end of the year, we've been able to utilize some of that to pay down those negative fund balances. So what the auditor might have been referring to was what we were able to pay down in fiscal year 1920, which is the year for which the CAFR was referring to. So last fiscal year, and Belinda can, please correct me if I'm misstating something here, but we did use some of the surplus from the year end to be able to pay down some of that negative fund balance, so that every year, instead of it staying at $20 million and growing, we're trying to cure it or have it go down to zero if we have additional funds that are available to us.
That's correct.
Linda, is that a council adopted policy on how the use of those funds for paying things down, surplus funds?
No, we don't have anything about negative cash balances in there.
Okay, thank you.
So that's why we take it back every year.
Okay, so I'm still confused as to what I just heard, because you don't have a $5 million deficit, it's less. That's what I'm understanding from what you said to me. Is that correct?
It's just slightly under $5 million.
Okay, but you just said that 2.9 was paid off. So
well, we paid off last year when we asked council to adopt. We paid off $1.5 million from our transit. And then I believe we reduced, what is this? For engineering cost recovery, $133,000. Those were the two funds.
Okay, don't want to belabor the point. I would like documents which show me exactly where the money went that we had and where the money that we still owe is coming from. And I don't just want to see numbers on a spreadsheet. I want to see the documents that substantiate those numbers.
Okay.
Are you finished, Councilor Martinez?
Yes, but before I finish, I would like for staff to say yes, council member, we will do what you've asked, and we will send it to all other council members also.
Okay, anybody want to say that?
Yes, we'll take care of that.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, Councilor McLaughlin, you're next.
Yeah, I just want to follow up on those 41 positions that were moved from enterprise zones to general fund to get a better understanding of what positions they actually reflect. I heard police dispatchers because they were subsidized in a special fund at one time and then they were moved to general fund. What happens then? Is part of it subsidized from a enterprise fund and part of it from the general fund? Is all that clarified? And can you tell me what else made up the full 41 positions? And basically why, is it the same? I mean, all right, the police dispatch because they were at one time in a special fund and then they were needed to be funded by the general fund. I just don't understand that level of positions to have them be moved around like that and why.
So for the police positions for CAD and RMS, you have a communications center. We used to have a consortium made up of multiple police departments. I believe it was Hercules, Pinole, El Cerrito, San Pablo, and Richmond. And they all paid a certain portion to help fund our dispatchers. That disbanded. We no longer have that consortium with them anymore. But we do have one contract, and that's with El Cerrito. So they pay the police department X amount of dollars for a service to be provided.
Okay.
Because it's no longer a consortium, it doesn't qualify to be in a separate fund. So those employees have collapsed back under the police department under general fund. So for the last couple of years, since that consortium had disbanded, we were still doing transfers out from the general fund, from the police budget and from the fire budget to pay for those dispatchers. So now we don't do the transfer out and those employees reside under the police department's budget. So that's what happened with those individuals. For the actual number count, I have to go back and look because I'm not sure how many employees that actually was. And then as far as, I'm sorry, Vernesia, again, who was it? Was it code enforcement that collapsed back into general fund?
Again, the engineering cost recovery staff, Fund 1051, the negative fund that we were paying the surplus to, is now general funded, and we closed that fund out. So we no longer did further negative.
So are they, were these vacant positions?
No, not necessarily.
Yes? And then?
No.
No. Okay, explain, please.
Not necessarily. I mean, some positions may be vacant, but they're not all vacant. They weren't all vacant, but they were approved with the budget.
Okay, so some of these positions were vacant and they were moved into the general fund, but there was no funding attached to them and there was no expense attached to them. Is that correct? And how many among these 41 were vacant?
So I have to verify the number because I don't know if it's 41 people total that were moved. I don't know. I have to look that up.
Okay. But some of them may
but the
have
funding
been vacant. Some of them may not have been actual people positions, but vacant.
So we moved all the positions. So if there were some that were vacant, I don't know, there may have been a dispatcher or two that were vacant positions. However, the funding source would have been general fund. Even had we not moved them into the general fund, the funding source to pay for them had been the general fund, with the exception of the contract, the one contract that they have with El Cerrito, with the city of El Cerrito.
Okay. So could you give me more information on how many were vacant and what the nature of, all the positions were? I understand police dispatch situation. You explained that one already.
Okay.
But
so you want a list of the positions, all the associated positions?
Right.
What document are you
While they gather that information, I think the bigger picture to keep in mind here is doing agreements to provide services jointly, having one community actually be sort of like the host and then other folks paying into something is a way to reduce total overall costs. We had an agreement to do that, which helps pay for some of our overhead. And when we lost that agreement, that consortium, that's when the budgetary accounting part of it changed. It didn't really change our costs. It meant that we were no longer having people help us cover that cost. So the vacancies are probably not a significantly large factor in the dollars. The bigger part is we lost those other communities helping cover our costs.
So I'm pretty confused at this point. I just know there was some freezing done to positions, and I don't know if they were defunded and frozen while in the enterprise zones and then moved into the general fund. And I'm just wanting to make sure that the figures.
Okay, so it's about the freezing of the positions. Yeah. Really? Yeah. Okay. So I think the timing of this, right, is causing some confusion. And Belinda, can you address the timing of it? So what the real question is about the frozen positions. I think the frozen positions have always been in the general fund, or is that something you'll need to check after the meeting?
I'll need to check because I don't know if we froze any dispatcher. I think we did freeze some dispatcher positions, so that would include some of those.
Okay.
I just need some more clarity on that so I could understand. These are important things because they're positions of employees that, are salaries, benefits, whatever, and enterprise zones have their own sources of funding. And then all of a sudden they're in the general fund and some are frozen. Does that mean all of a sudden a figure is attached to them when they're in the general fund? I would just like some explanation on it just seems like a lot of positions being moved around and just not sure what how that plays out into our budgetary thinking in terms of what salaries and benefits are going to be paid by the city. If they're frozen, obviously nothing is coming through in terms of an expense. But I don't know if that's accurate. I just want to make sure it's accurately reflected.
Okay. We'll get
you have other questions, Councilor McLaughlin?
Not at this point.
Okay, I believe Councilor Willis, I saw your hand up, but I don't see you now. Are you still?
Yeah, I'm still here. I was just gonna say thank you to staff for the budget presentation. One thing that I wanted to mention in terms of what I would like to make a priority, which was listed on the mid-year budget report, was figuring out how we can actually give folks in our organization a cost of living increase, because that has been something that has been an issue since before I even got elected to this council back in 2016. So that is something that I want to note as a priority. And I guess another clarifying question is that I would like to ask is, I understand that we last year were trying to maintain services, at least the goal for me was maintain services without any layoff, but in a library, I understand there were some part-time folks that got laid off, and I don't know if that happened to other areas in the organization. But is there an effort or an availability for those who were laid off, if there's funding available for them to have their jobs back and reach out to them?
So council member, oh, go ahead, Belinda.
I was about to say, was that part-time staff? Are you speaking of part-time staff? Because
I believe he was speaking of part-time staff.
Yeah, or if, I mean, my understanding, the only layoffs that actually happened last year was a part-time staff, and if there were others because of budgetary constraints, I was not made aware of it, but I would like clarity on it personally.
Vanessa or Bert?
This is Vernesia. I'm not aware of any part-time staff that was laid off. If they left, it was probably due to they've met their minimum or maximum hours that they could work, something like that. And then a lot of people ended up taking advantage of the COVID package, and positions may not have been refilled.
Okay, yeah, no, I just remember through various public comments and community forums around the budget last year, that was something that was mentioned, particularly from part-time librarian staff. But if that happens to be the case, that if they accepted the COVID package or reached the maximum hours, okay. But if it was the fact that folks were laid off, I'd want to see, like, if it's possible, after we look at COLAs, how do we offer people their part-time jobs back if they were impacted because of COVID and what we were foreseeing to be a disaster when we were looking at our budget and projecting it last year. And for right now, I know this is going to be something that we need to, oh yeah, the last thing that I wanted to ask, because this is going to take a lot of unpacking, obviously, there was something in the presentation about getting a stakeholder meeting together for folks to talk about the budget as we're developing it. What was your projection for that stakeholder meeting to come together, and what will be the process in terms of identifying stakeholders to be a part of that?
LaShonda, you want to take that?
Not especially, but before we go there, I just wanted to acknowledge Jim Natel. I don't know if he came on if he had anything that he wanted to comment on with regards to Councilmember Willis, to your last question about library staff and part-time positions.
Thank you. Yes, I did. My name is Jim Natel, and I'm the interim library and community services director. And in my conversations with the librarian, Jane Pratt, she did inform me that, Councilmember Willis, you are correct, that we wouldn't probably say we laid off part-time people, but of course, they did have reduction in hours worked as a result of COVID. So a number of them have had reduced hours because of the COVID impact. And I know that on the recreation side, there was, again, many hours were reduced for people, but we are now gearing up for what we hope to have some online programs available for the summer. So we're actually starting to hire some of those people back. So I just want to confirm that Councilman Willis is correct. There has been some reduction in hours for the part-time folks.
Thank you. And I was just messing with you, Councilmember Willis, but I definitely will take that question and answer it. I mean, it's a really good question, and we really do want to make sure that we provide opportunities for community, city staff, union members, other stakeholders to be able to be involved in the budget process. So we are, number one, coming to City Council on a monthly basis, and we will provide, we can do a better job of making sure that we provide information out through weekly reports, or other venues using social media to let community members know that there are multiple ways for which they can provide input and get information. So one of them is our monthly budget meetings, whenever we come to City Council with information on the budget. But in addition to that, what we want to be able to do is utilize, like I said, the variety of venues that we've utilized in the past to get community members engaged in various processes and programs and projects, to create space. It'll be virtual. We'll pull together some virtual budget meetings earlier in the process. So usually we've done them where it's May and June, where the budget process and budget development, we've already kind of discussed it. We want to start that earlier so that we can really provide the information we need to in a digestible manner to our community, but also receive that feedback in order to provide that information back to City Council so we can tell you what we heard from you. So it'll be virtual. We'll utilize, like I said, Facebook, Instagram, all those other venues that we've used in the past successfully. We've done a lot with the Department of Children and Youth and gotten folks to come to the table and provide us input. And we'll just go through those same avenues to try and get people to come to the table earlier than May and June of the fiscal year.
Okay, and
We're open to any recommendations and suggestions that council members or others have.
Okay, my final comment to that point, thank you, Washonda, by the way. My final comment to that point is, I know last year when we were looking at the budget, the mayor did start a task force that I believe actually started closer in March and April, far before May. We got ahead of it, and even with all that time, there were still issues. So basically, sooner rather than later, because I don't want to have another incident last year where we get to the moment of the budget and we almost not approve it. That was stressful. I don't want to go there again. So sooner rather than later. Yeah. And I just want to emphasize that because of the, the legitimate concerns and pain that people were feeling from not seeing a cost of living increase. And I think we all know how important that is to sustain a good personal budget so we can still show up to work in good spirits. I think moving forward, that should be something that should be a priority, because so far for the past, well, it's 2016, it's 2011, 5 years. It's been one of the back burner issues, and I would personally like to see that be brought to the forefront of priorities for the council this fiscal year, rather than something that says we'll talk about it later because of X, Y, and Z reasons. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Any other questions from council members? Do we have public speakers, Madam Clerk?
Yes, we have 4 public speakers, and they are Ben Terrio, Randy Joseph, extension, phone number ending in 6657. We have Yendo, and Tarnell Abbott just raised her hand. So Ursula, go ahead and take over, please.
Yes. So the speakers are Ben Terrio, Randy Joseph, the phone number ending in 6657, Yendo, and Tarnell Abbott. Ben?
Hello. First, I'd like to thank Councilmember Jimenez for kicking off and asking serious questions about budgets and fund transfers that have long gone unanswered. They were substantive and practical, and it's good to see council members do some homework, as well as the other council members who talked about finances tonight. Moving positions into the general fund definitely made the size of the budget deficit larger than it was, and quite frankly, you should never apologize for asking questions. This is what people elected you to do. On to finance, which continues to have people leave faster than they can come and sit down and open a book. It's up to like 25 people who left that department since 2016. And it's got to be hard to keep people when you have to keep deferring all the tough questions to them. Someone should look into that for a change. Now it's clear that the city used COVID and low sales tax revenue estimates to try and extract concessions from workers who haven't had a COLA in 6 years. It's all the city workers. My bargaining unit based decisions on this, and for the city, we deferred small COLAs to ensure good fiscal responsibility. This saved over 500K this year, which of course no one failed to mention in this presentation, and a total of 1.5 million between now and the end of fiscal year 22. The finance director, like I said, didn't put it up on her slides, but that was your rank and file cops, the POA, who gave that up. Overall, it's good to see council members frustrated with the financial information. And when I say it's good to see, it's because that frustration that you are feeling today is the same frustration that those of us in the unions have felt for years. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Randy Joseph.
Hello, everybody. Yeah, like listening to this and then finally reading the papers on what the budget and what the surplus of money, like this again goes to the thing what I've talked about before, making sure that we get out of the community so they can understand what these budget is, reaching out to many people in the community that are interested and want to be a part of this conversation and learn more, and that the city is going out of their way to meet with these people, not waiting for, hey, come to city council, where a lot of people don't have access to technology and don't know how to access anything, but actually going out to community members to have these conversations, simplifying these things so that it's easy to understand, that people can get it, people can follow along, and they can better understand how to better serve and how their money is being used in the city and how to better use money further on down the road. I've never seen so much confusion and not seen some more non-answers that I've seen in a long time. We need clarity, we need understanding, we need simplification, and then we need actual stuff to make sure this money is spent to support and serve the community. I serve my time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is the phone number ending in 6657. Phone number ending in 6657. Okay, we will come back. Our next speaker is Yen Do. Yen.
Hello, this is Yen Do. I am staff for SCI 10-1. And as a reminder, COVID has put a burden on so many workers, current workers who continue to do the work even through the pandemic, deserve a living wage, but also they deserve a COLA, which they have not had in many, many years, and they deserve that. I also represent the dispatchers. The dispatchers are so incredibly understaffed. I am told by some of our dispatchers that they're so understaffed that when they're doing their scheduling, some of them are missing their bathroom breaks or even their lunch breaks, and that is totally unacceptable. And I'm also told that, you know, police officers are working overtime doing some of their work. I appreciate their efforts in trying to help out our dispatchers, but the bottom line is that you need to fill some of those seats with dispatchers. I also represent park and recs and library workers, and we are told that most of them have been laid off due to doing, you know, courses online or what have you. It would be wonderful if the city would really consider bringing some of those folks back so that, you know, they have some stability and some work and a paycheck in their lives. And not to mention, labor did a very, very hard task, which is, you know, winning Measure U and Measure X. And we hope, you know, in the near future that you do a real needs assessment and think about all of those components that I just talked about, giving current members, current workers a COLA in which they deserve, and they've been deserving it for years, bringing in more dispatchers, bringing back park and recs and libraries, and any part-time worker who has put in years of service for you, but continue to come back after they've met their hours. So please consider, you know, making lives better for people who need help the most. Thank you.
Our next speaker is phone number ending in 6657. Okay, it looks like I cannot unmute them. Our next speaker is Tarnell Abbott.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Yes, I was late raising my hand this time, and I did so when I heard the interim library and cultural arts, whatever department head, say that the library staff part-timers were not laid off. They were laid off. And I would like you to bring them back to work. Many of them are people, sometimes it's people who don't stay long, but most of the time people who work part-time at the library stay there for years. And they, it's a needed, it's a service that they provide. And it's really a shame when the institution doesn't acknowledge that they have actually laid off part-timers. I actually don't know that much about recreation, but I assume it's the same there. So please bring back your part-time workers. Don't treat them this way. It's really shabby. Thank you.
Thank you, and that was our last speaker.
So before we call for a vote on this, I want to bring up one subject that I haven't heard anybody speak about. About 2 weeks ago, I got a copy of a letter from the California State Auditor to the city manager, basically saying that, well, I'll read the first paragraph or second. The state auditor has identified certain factors that cause us concern that the city of Richmond may be a high-risk local government agency. Consequently, we will conduct an initial assessment to better understand these factors, determine the city's awareness of and responses to these issues, and identify any other ongoing issues that could affect our determination of whether the city should be considered a high-risk local government agency. Just recently, the state auditor published a report, a preliminary report that identified Richmond as the 5th highest risk city in California. And they identified Richmond as being the #1 city in the entire state of California for unfunded pension debt. And I think that there are a couple of different narratives that are going on here. One narrative I'm hearing is that, oh boy, we're awash in money. Let's hire everybody back. Let's create more positions. Let's give people raises. And the other narrative is that the state auditor says we're the 5th most at-risk city in California financially. I don't know where the truth is, but I'm hoping that staff can sort this out for us, because you can't be both. You can't be a city that's healthy fiscally and can expand, and also be a city that's the 5th most at-risk city in the state of California. So I think that's something we need to have a conversation about in the future. Councilor McLaughlin.
I just want to echo that in that it kind of leads right into, or kind of reverts back to all the other questions that were asked. I mean, up until a couple months ago, I was being told we have a $29 million deficit. Now, at mid-year review, I'm being told we have $4.2 million surplus, and we almost have our 15% fund, whatever, surplus fund, I guess it's called. And so how does that all happen? That's why I think many of us are trying to figure out what is moved where, and is it accurately done, and then errors are corrected, and then we're finding out, hey, it's not that bad. It's a good thing. We're moving in an excellent direction, far better than we thought. So perhaps that's why some of the press is coming at us, because some bad figures were presented in the past, and that's not right. So I would like to get clarity as well.
the recommendation from staff is to approve the budget, approve a resolution for the budget changes. Is there somebody who'd like to make the motion?
So moved.
Okay, motion by Willis. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, second by Johnson. Call the roll, please, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Bates. I think he was on the phone. Absent. Councilmember Jimenez.
Yes.
Councilmember Vice Mayor Johnson.
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez. Councilmember Martinez.
Unmute, please. Thank you.
Sorry. Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin.
Yes.
Councilmember Willis.
Yes.
And Mayor Butt.
Yes.
The motion passes with Councilmember Bates absent. Okay, our next item under council as a whole is item J1. Any individuals who would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand by pressing the raise hand button. If you're joining us by video, if you're joining us by phone, press the star and the number 9 key. And also, will you repeat this, these instructions in Spanish, please?
Yes. Si desea dar un comentario público sobre el item J1, favor de levantar su mano ahora. Para comentar por computadora, seleccione la opción de participante en la parte de abajo de su pantalla y seleccione la opción que dice Raise Hand para levantar su mano. Para comentar por teléfono, oprima estrella 9. No podrá inscribirse para hablar después de que la secretaria municipal termine de leer el número y el tema de la agenda. Gracias.
Okay, the item is J1. After I read the item into the record, the opportunity to speak on this item will be closed. Item J1 is to discuss and direct staff to explore options for additional eviction protections for Richmond residents, renters during the local state of emergency due to COVID-19, so as to preserve the public health and safety threatened by COVID-19 and to keep residents of Richmond housed. Right now, we have a total of 16 speakers.
This item was introduced by council members McLaughlin and Willis. Would one of you like to introduce it?
I'll start out and maybe Councilmember Willis will add more to it. So basically, this item is to add more prevention from eviction, more eviction protections to our rental community. There's currently a state law that went into effect, SB 91, that it's a good law in some respects, but it does preempt some local controls that we would otherwise have had. But what it says is that during COVID, the renters must pay 25% of the rent, and that could be helped by some federal funding. And it also talks about there is federal funding available to cities. And I talked with, I think it was Lena Velasco, who is working on this. It goes to the county, but 80% of the debt of our renters, or the debt that is owed to landlords, can get paid through this SB 91, through this federal funding that goes to the county and then goes to the cities. So although renters have to pay 25%, I mean, it looks like 80% could be paid. So potentially they, those who can't even pay the 25% could get some paid from the federal funding. And the landlords are going to get their money. And we want to prioritize the small landlords that need the money. So, they can get 80% from this fund, and 20 to 25, whatever is the renter, I guess, can pay, gets paid through the renter. Some can't pay any at all. So of course they would need to get more from the federal fund, but this has to be worked out. and many people are working on it. But the thing that SB 91 does not restrict us from doing, so the cities cannot put in a moratorium ordinance that says you cannot be evicted because you don't pay your rent. Because this SB 91 has this policy in place with the federal funding and the stipulation that some comes from the renter themselves. However, it says, it doesn't limit eviction protections. Now, we do have a just cause eviction protection ordinance. However, there are certain aspects where, and through no fault of their own, a tenant can be evicted. And so we wanted to see how many of those unprotected circumstances could be protected during COVID. And Councilmember Willis and I talked to the city attorneys, and they suggested that they needed more time to look at this, and that we just direct staff to look at what additional eviction protections could come forward for our community. And I know ACE has some lawyers that have worked on this. And today I just got an email from another lawyer who has worked on additional eviction protections. So I think there are some additional ways that we can help our rental community while we continue to help those landlords who need to pay for their mortgages and such. When the tenant can't pay fully. So I think these protections need to come forward for the tenants. And I'm glad that SB 91 is offering some help for both the tenant and the landlord.
Yeah, thank you for taking a lead on this, Councilmember McLaughlin. I guess what I'll say, just speaking from personal experience, since last year, I've been advocating not only here locally in Richmond, but countywide and statewide to pass stronger eviction protections during a global pandemic where millions of people have lost their jobs and income. And during that time when 3088 was actually passed, and it was still unaware on what cities could actually do to respond, I have literally talked to gig workers that lost part of their income before the official emergency worker orders went through. And because of that technicality of them not being late on rent or not being able to pay it in full, even after they were able to get the majority of the rent, there was a refusal from the landlord to accept it. I remember getting calls from tenants at the Barrett Apartments who were impacted by losing their jobs and hours for a couple of weeks at the beginning of the pandemic before protections actually went forward. And even with the state protections and current state and county protections, they were still eligible to be qualified for evictions. And I'm glad KQED took the time to actually do an analysis of the evictions that have happened, for which we've had over 100 and some odd evictions in Contra Costa County, and at least 22 can be confirmed to the city of Richmond. But that's not mentioning the amount of unlawful detainers that have been filed and evictions that are in process. And I even called the rent program to confirm if these things were coming up, and they said they are daily getting calls from both tenants and landlords inquiring about evictions, and even work with tenants that were being approached to move out for $2,500 for renovations as a buyout proposal, which me personally, that's kind of insulting. So as Councilmember McLaughlin stated, we did meet with the city attorney so that they could have time to look into this, because I know cities like Berkeley, Oakland, and Alameda County have shaped their ordinances, eviction ordinances, based on what the state allows. And I did see the language for myself in SB 91, where they said we can't pass any more moratoriums until July 1st. However, we can extend and modify our eviction protections as long as it doesn't violate or step on what the state has dictated to be appropriate. So I want to put this forward because I don't think anybody should be evicted during a global pandemic where people are still struggling. I even went to the state on January 25th in front of the governor's mansion holding up a sign, evictions equal death. And I believe that for the fact, considering the amount of homelessness that has increased during the pandemic and the fires that I see not only in Richmond, but in other places just driving on the freeway. This is something I want to see done in a direction that I want to see the city go through and use whatever ounce of authority we actually have to maintain, to prevent evictions until we do get to some sort of point of normalcy where people can get on their feet and we can go back to business as usual and advocating on which end of this issue. So that is why I am supporting this. And also I am noticing in the chat that there are attorneys from the Eviction Defense Center who have been quoted in the KQED reports and who have been monitoring this situation and working across jurisdictions to help provide other technical analysis. And it's also my understanding that the city attorney's office in Oakland, who also has similar eviction protections as us in Richmond, are willing to help out with the analysis to make sure that this is done in the safest, right way possible and effective. And I'll end my comments from there.
Mr. Mayor, if I could just add a couple more things. What Councilmember Willis said jogged my memory that through that KQED article, it shows the map and it indicates which cities have what rates of evictions. And Richmond is really, really high. It uses this measurement of per 100,000 renter households. So Richmond, if you look at it per 100,000 renter households, and I know we don't have that many, but that's the measurement tool they're using. There would be 118.2 evictions per 100,000 renter households. Now the comparison shows you just how much worse it is for us. In San Francisco, the rate was 7.5 evictions per 100,000 renter households, and Oakland was 4.2 per 100,000 households. So you see 4.2 Oakland, 7.5 San Francisco, 118.2 Richmond. So, you know, again, those aren't actual figures, but you see the magnitude of difference between San Francisco and Oakland, and Richmond having a much higher per capita of renters level of eviction. So it's a big concern.
Other questions from other council members? Call the public speakers, please.
Okay, we have 16 speakers. Ursula?
Yes, our first group of speakers will be Stan Needwitz, Elsa Stevens, Christina B., Andres Soto, Jackie Zanari, Randy Joseph, Yen Do, Amanda Lara, phone number ending in 6657 and phone number ending in 2567. Stan?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. My name is Stan Niedźwiedź, and my wife and I have been small housing providers in Richmond since 2009. I'd like to briefly comment on the agenda item J1. All renters in Richmond currently receive quadruple eviction protection on federal, state, county, and city levels. They also benefit from rent freeze on rent-controlled properties. There is no reliable statistic showing any evictions in Richmond for non-payment of rent due to COVID-19 hardship. Even the cited KQED article states that reasons for last year's evictions in Contra Costa County are unknown. Each eviction has to be approved by court of law, and currently only evictions allowed are these in which bad actor tenants create health and safety issues or endanger other tenants. I know firsthand of many small landlords' hardships caused by the pandemic. Some have not collected rent for almost a year. However, so far, they were not only ignored by Richmond City Council, but have been often a subject of seemingly endless, burdensome, complicated, and costly regulations. One of the recent examples of council actions was imposition of draconian business license increases without regard to global pandemic. In my case, that increase is ninefold. It is high time for the council to take a truly balanced approach to address both tenants and housing provider needs. Balanced approach that would stop treating small housing providers as enemies that need to be punished, but rather treat them as partners in drafting real solutions to real problems. I don't know of a single small landlord in Richmond that attempted to evict tenant affected by COVID-19 hardship. To the contrary, many, including us, voluntarily reduced rent for renters without them even asking. I respectfully urge you to vote no on item J1. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ann Tamiko Omura.
Hi, this is Ann from the Eviction Defense Center. I wanted to thank Council members McLaughlin and Willis for raising this extremely important issue. Our office serves 15 cities. We serve all 14 cities in Alameda County, and the 15th city is the city of Richmond. Throughout this pandemic, we have done more eviction defense work for tenants in Richmond than for the tenants in all 14 cities of Alameda County combined. 98% of the tenants we see facing eviction in Richmond are people of color, predominantly African American and Latino. 42% of our clients are African American and 56 Latino. 25% of the people we see being evicted have minor children in the home, and 32% of these tenants are elderly or disabled. And these are statistics from during the pandemic. In the past 12 months, we have not had a single client in any of the 14 cities in Alameda County evicted. In Richmond, we get regular calls from tenants with sheriff's notice who are later put out on the street. And please remember, these are cases that were pending prior to March 2020 that are backlogged. We recently had a single mom with 7 children put out on the streets of Richmond for non-payment of rent. We are asking the city of Richmond to freeze sheriff evictions and entries of judgments on all non-health and safety issues. We're begging you because the Richmond tenants desperately need eviction protection during this global pandemic, not just for the health and safety of their households, but for the health and safety of the entire Richmond community, because increasing the homelessness population during this health crisis is not healthy or safe for anyone in the city of Richmond. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Denny Campanthong.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Nice, thank you. Good evening, y'all. Well, maybe good night, since it's already so late. My name is Denny Capathong. I'm the Richmond Community Organizer for the Asian Pacific Environmental Network, and I support this item of supporting renters protection during this time. I'm also a lifelong resident of Richmond and San Pablo area. So I spent the last 12 months connecting with close to 100 individuals and families in Richmond to understand their housing needs, specifically in the Asian American community that we have here. 2/3 of the people that I spoke with or surveyed are renters who are already struggling with the cost of living and housing stability here in Richmond before COVID. And now that we're a year into this pandemic with no real end in sight, so many families are still out of work and barely scraping by. Families we work with are wondering if their unemployment insurance will be extended, if they'll get another stimulus check, or if they'll have to risk their health and become an essential worker in order to keep a roof over their heads. We've also had several elder members pass away from COVID-19, so it's been a really rough year for so many families during this time. It's heartbreaking the amount of phone calls I've gotten from neighbors, friends that I grew up with, and elders who have worked their whole lives that are desperately applying for unemployment, want to learn about their tenants' right, or even worse, looking for shelter because they're being forced out of their homes. We are working class Asian American families from all walks of life, tenants and small landlords, elderly community members, and young parents. We believe that all people should have quality, safe, and dignified housing, and that nobody should have to wonder where they will sleep at each night. You as City Council bear the responsibility to protect these families from becoming homeless. So please, pass the strongest tenant protections possible so that we can build a strong, sustainable Richmond That is only possible if people can stay in their homes. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Tarnell Abbott.
Hi, are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Yes, my name is Tarnell Abbott, and I support the strengthening of the eviction protections. As other people have said, it's during the pandemic, it's actually a matter of health for the entire community, because COVID spread, it will be more prevalent the more people who are vulnerable, and how more vulnerable can you get than being homeless? So let's do what we can to keep folks housed. Thank you.
Hello. Hello.
Hi, sorry about that. Our next speaker is Elsa Stevens. You can go ahead, Elsa.
Thank you. Okay. Richmond has a very good future because we have a wonderful new city council. We are not going to do anything less for our people than Berkeley, Oakland, San Francisco, and Alameda did. There's money coming down from the feds, the state, from the county. There are new taxes in Richmond now. The big box stores are doing great. UPS is doing great. Amazon is here. I'm sure they're paying lots of taxes. There's no excuse to not do for the residents of Richmond. I know that this council is going to close as many loopholes as they can to keep people housed. You don't help anybody. You don't help business. You don't help government. You don't help anybody by letting people get kicked out of their homes in the middle of a pandemic. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Christina B.
Oops. Hi, my name is Christina Retzi, and I've lived in Richmond for over 16 years, and I manage 2 Richmond rental properties, among other things. But I'm hoping we can find ways to begin to work together to look at these issues more comprehensively, because of course, nobody should be evicted during a pandemic. And of course, we need to safeguard the health and safety of people and keep them from being homeless and all of that. That's a given. And we do have eviction moratoriums in place. It sounds like the Eviction Defense Center is encountering some, what sounds like perhaps might be illegal behavior or some confusion about pre-pandemic versus post-pandemic. All of that seems like it can be sorted out, but I wish that we could come together as housing providers, as tenant advocates, and kind of look at the bigger picture and figure out what are we going to do with a huge amount of unpaid and possibly unpayable debt coming down the pike. To just clarify, state legislation has been changing, as we all know. SB 91, from my understanding, covers March 2020 through September 21st, and it's 80% of whatever the unpaid rent is. What happens after September 21st for tenants who either don't qualify or who continue to have financial hardship? I hope that we can start considering how to address these critical issues through the long haul so that the entire community can kind of be shepherded through this. So anyway, please find a forum where we can come together and talk together. That would be great, in addition to whatever else you want to explore. I also want to say one other thing, that the rent department, from my understanding, reports all notices as evictions, even though most of them don't end up in unlawful detainers. So it'd be good to sort that out as well. You know, how many of these evictions are actually just 3 or 15-day notices. All right, thank you again. Hope you have a good night.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Andres Soto. Andres?
Yeah, okay.
Oh, hi, you can start.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, thank you for bringing this item forward. It is clear that for a number of years, because of the Richmond Progressive Alliance members who are on the Richmond City Council seeking to protect the tenants of Richmond, The real estate industry, the realtors, the apartment owners associations have targeted our community and have been coaching and teaching landlords how to not be good landlords. I no longer live in Richmond because of a bad landlord. And so, you know, it's clear we are in a unique period of time of the climate crisis converging with a world pandemic. And, you know, we have to put people first, human beings first, ahead of profits. And clearly the landlord class has been making money for generations off of poor and working class people in Richmond. And so, you know, you need to protect the people as much as you can. And the landlords are engaging in capitalism. And capitalism means you rise when the opportunity and when the vicissitudes work against you, you lose money. You always have the bankruptcy option. You can file for bankruptcy. And so it's really about human rights and putting humans above the profits of the landlords. And so I urge you to push for this, you know, extension of protections. It's a modicum of protection. And for the landlord who was talking about rent control protection, those of us who stand with ACE and other community groups who have been leading this, like in the Richmond Our Power Coalition, this is the kind of behavior that needs to stop and be expanded. So we need wider rent control, not less. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jackie Zaneri.
Good evening. This is Jackie Zaneri. I work for the Alliance of Californians for Community Empowerment, or ACE, and I'm a tenant attorney. And I am here to urge you to pass a strong eviction protection ordinance, like Oakland, Berkeley, San Francisco, and Alameda County did, to protect the health and safety of not only tenants, but of everyone. I heard Councilmember McLaughlin cite some statistics from KQED on the rate of evictions. And just to underscore that, Richmond's eviction rate was 28 times that of Oakland's in the same time period, because the two cities have very different laws right now. There are now multiple academic studies that have tied COVID-19 deaths generally to the number of evictions. Richmond currently has among the higher eviction rates in the Bay Area, and one of the reasons these eviction outcomes are so different at the moment is a difference in laws. Right now, California does not have a statewide eviction moratorium, which means that tenants can be evicted in Richmond for all kinds of reasons, including for no fault reasons. I heard someone say earlier that the only evictions allowed right now are those based on health and safety issues. I also heard someone say that people are getting evicted now probably because of illegal evictions. I know that the laws are confusing, but unfortunately neither of those are correct. Even though we are in a pandemic, most reasons for eviction that are allowed in normal times are allowed right now. So many eviction cases are proceeding as usual. Because we don't have the statewide eviction moratorium, we do need Richmond to pass its own. Otherwise, tenants are going to continue to be evicted during the pandemic. Evictions are never healthy, and they are always a destabilizing force on our communities, but they're especially destructive right now. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll call the next group of speakers. Randy Joseph, Yendo, Amanda Lara, phone number ending in 6657, phone number ending in 2567, Andrea Henson, Tuan, phone number ending in 4440, and Lauren Russo. Randy Joseph.
Hello. Yeah, once again, Randy Joseph, Richmond residents. I think for the city, I think one of the main things that happened and the problem with leading to a lot of evictions that are unlawful is that there's not education going out to community members, and then fear of other community members not understanding their rights. And I think that as a city, they need to do a better job of making sure that we educate our community members to understand what is under the eviction moratorium and what their rights are, so they understand how to fight back against landlords kicking people out prematurely and unlawfully. Also, what we need to start thinking about is once that eviction moratorium picks up and it ends, how these people are going to be able to pay back all this rent that they're going to be owed, that they're not going to have the money to have. If you're telling people to stay indoors, to stay in houses, to stay sheltered in place, and they're not making any enough money and they don't have the money to pay their rent, if they don't have it in February, they're not going to have it in June, and they're not going to have all that back rent. So we need to find a way to assist community members to make sure that they can find a way to pay the rent and pay the back rent and support so they can stay in the house, their homes. Because if we don't do that, we're going to have a bigger homeless problem, and we're just pushing that ball down the line later down in months coming up, and then we're gonna have more issues than we have right now. So I urge City Council to come up with ways to figure out that. Do that work now. Do not wait until it's too late and people are being evicted and put outside their homes and the homeless crisis. To figure out solutions right now to come together to find a way to make sure that people are able to stay in their homes when the moratorium ends. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Yendo.
Yes, hi, this is Yendo again, staff for SEIU Local 10 to 1. Since the beginning of the shelter in place, March to December 2020, and even current day, and of the 9 Bay Area counties, I just read that Contra Costa County is the second highest county that has the highest amount of folks that are unhoused, and this is not okay. And when you compare Contra Costa being the second highest and having evictions and homeless folks, when comparing to our sister counties like San Francisco and Alameda, is because in part is those counties previously passed strong eviction moratoriums, and under no fault of people's own, no individual or family should face such a hardship during these stressful times. Us as a labor union, we want to have, families that can potentially, we have families that potentially will fall into the homeless population and in that statistic. And as a labor union, it's very unprecedented and it's very unacceptable. All families have a right to good union jobs, put food on the table, and certainly be housed and have a roof over their head. I'm asking you, members of the council, to do the right thing, do the compassionate thing, and to pass a stronger tenant protection and support J1 to explore options for additional eviction protections for your residents to keep them housed during these times. And I just want to give a shout out to the last caller. I agree with him too. We also have to figure out a way to help folks with their growing financial burden as it's months of not paying the rent, how we can also help them to mitigate some of those costs. I thank you for your time and for your heart. To put people first during these times.
Our next speaker is Amanda Lara.
Buenas noches. Mi nombre es Amanda Prieto Lara. Yo trabajo en la oficina del Eviction Defense Center. Nuestra oficina defiende a las personas de bajos ingresos que están siendo desalojadas de sus hogares en el condado de Alameda y la ciudad de Richmond. Estamos aquí esta noche para rogarles al Consejo Municipal que apruebe protecciones para los inquilinos de Richmond durante esta pandemia. La gente está luchando económicamente y si no hay protección, se quedarían sin hogar. Esto incluye a niños y mayores de edad. Inquilinos están siendo desalojados de todos modos a pesar de estar en una crisis de COVID-19. Nadie debe de ser desalojados durante esta pandemia. Nuestros clientes consisten en inquilinos a largo plazo, familias con niños, discapacitados, personas mayores, minorías y inquilinos de bajos ingresos. El 57% de los inquilinos que vemos enfrentado desalojos son latinos. Esta comunidad está siendo la más afectada y necesita protección. Gracias por su tiempo y por su trabajo. Espero que haga lo correcto y que ayude a las comunidades más necesitadas para que no sean desalojados con sus familias. Gracias. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is phone number ending in 6657. Phone number ending in 6657. Okay, we'll move on to the next. Phone number ending in 2567. Phone number, oh, there we go.
Hello, my name is Susan Singh, and I'm a resident of Richmond. I think we need to take this pandemic seriously and provide protection for people. Richmond needs a moratorium on evictions, and people need protection during this pandemic. Housing is an essential need, and human decency asks that during a time like this that we keep moratoriums on evictions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Real quick point of order. When we're calling out the phone numbers, if it's okay with the city clerks, could we also call them out in Spanish just in case?
Okay, I will try that now.
Thank you.
Número de teléfono 6657. Yeah, I think the problem with this, I keep clicking unmute and I can't unmute it. So I don't know if they're muted on their end. It won't let me unmute. Okay, our next speaker is Amanda Lara. I'm sorry, Andrea Henson.
Hello, council members. My name is Andrea Henson, and I'm a litigation attorney for the Eviction Defense Center. I want to thank council members McLaughlin and Willis for sponsoring this item. Eviction protection is more than evictions. It includes tenant protections. As Anna Mora, our director, stated, we see so many issues in Richmond, in particular harassment by landlords toward tenants, incorrect ledgers where they're overcharging tenants, habitability issues with things like roaches crawling on tenants, and all of this during COVID. Public service is empowerment. It's education to fight systemic racism and discrimination toward our most vulnerable. Tenants need to understand their rights, as many callers have said. We at the Eviction Defense Center, we fight, we educate, and we defend, especially Richmond tenants. This cannot be sorted out easily. We defend the catastrophically ill, the disabled, elderly, single mothers, the mentally ill, working class individuals, the most vulnerable. Unemployment is running out. For some, it takes a long time even to get this claim. One Richmond resident who was in his 70s was going to leave his wife because he lost his job due to COVID and didn't want to be a burden to her. We call him at the Eviction Defense Center every month because he gets free legal services from us to make sure that he's not gotten any notices, that we defend him toward his landlord because of that type of harassment that's going on now, that's scaring individuals. Also, I wanted to tell you about the homeless community that's going to move into homefulness. There's money coming from the federal government. These new tenants need consultation with attorneys to understand their rights, contracts, and leases. We at the Eviction Defense Center are here to help. Thank you so much, and please strengthen their protections.
Thank you. Do we have caller 6657? Número 6657. Okay, we don't have that person. The next speaker is Tuan.
Yes, hi, my name is Tuan, and I'm calling to just voice my concern that the city needs to consider protections for everybody in the Bay Area. We all need help. The pandemic is having an effect on all of us, both people who rent as well as people who are providing housing. A lot of people who are providing housing are also struggling as well. Many people live in the same building that they're renting out, and they have not collected rent for almost a year. The eviction is extended to the end of June. So also I noticed somebody said that SB 91 offers up to 80% of the rent that's owed. but it's actually up to 80%. So it's not clear if it's 50%, 40%, or 10%. And for many people who rely, many seniors who rely on rental income, if they're not collecting rent for almost a year, they could be out, of their home when the bank comes and looking for mortgage payment. So if we have excess surplus city funds, I think it makes sense to also help both renters who need help during the pandemic, as well as small housing providers that are also struggling through this pandemic, and to have accountability and to have maybe some kind of check to make sure that people aren't gaming the system where they have the ability to pay, but they're not making payment and putting that burden onto somebody else that is also struggling. Thank you very much for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Our next caller is phone number ending in 4440. Hello, phone number ending in 4440. Okay, our next speaker is Lauren Russo.
Good evening. My name is
Hello?
Lauren Russo. Hello? Can you hear me?
Go ahead, Lauren.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Lauren Russo, and I'm a litigation attorney with the Eviction Defense Center, a nonprofit law firm in the city of Oakland. The EDC provides representation to low-income tenants in the city of Richmond and county of Alameda. First and foremost, I want to say thank you to council members McLaughlin and Willis and express my gratitude for supporting additional protections for renters facing eviction during this national pandemic. The impact of COVID-19 on the economy has been catastrophic. 1.1 million California renters were behind on rent in December 2020, including 804,000 low-income households. California renters face an estimated $3.6 billion in rent debt, or approximately $3,400 per household. Hispanic, Black, and Asian households are nearly 3 times as likely as white households to be behind on rent. 32% of low-income households are behind on rent compared to 9% of non-low-income households. It is disconcerting that my office and myself is virtually appearing every week to defend evictions when it's literally too dangerous for residents and court staff to physically appear in court. What's even more unfortunate is that the loopholes within AB 3088 and SB 91 are permitting the very tenants the laws are meant to protect to be evicted. We must remember the eviction crisis that our government contributed to is not only a tenant issue, it is the city's issue too, because even the most dedicated teams of housing experts and nonprofit attorneys like myself and the people in my office are no replacement for the legal power of the government and our council members. I urge the city council to take the issue seriously because more and more tenants and their children are unnecessarily losing their homes during a public health crisis, forced to live on streets when our government should be doing everything possible to protect those most in need. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. We'll try those 2 callers once again. Phone number ending in 6657. Okay, how about phone number ending in 4440? Hello?
¿Aló?
¿Hello?
¿Sí? ¿Sí me oyen?
Sí.
¿Sí me oyen? Ok.
¿Cuál
Okay,
es su nombre?
Mi nombre es Raúl Vázquez
Ok.
y soy organizador de ACE aquí en Richmond. La pandemia no ha terminado y la ley SB 91 tiene muchas fallas porque no protegen 100% a los inquilinos. Y necesitamos una ley que los proteja de los desalojos y de los abusos de los dueños que no quieren arreglar los apartamentos. Viven en apartamentos no saludables, llenos de moho, de humedad, que los puede enfermar por toda una vida. Necesitamos más protecciones para los inquilinos y que cancelen la renta hasta que termine la pandemia. Si no, mucha gente va a ser desalojada y nos llenaremos más de desamparados y no queremos eso. Por favor, concejales, pasen una ley que proteja de los desalojos por no pagar la renta porque han sido afectados por la pandemia, por el COVID-19, especialmente los latinos y las personas de color. Muchas gracias.
Okay, gracias. That was our last public speaker. I do see Councilmember Willis's hand up.
Councilor Willis? You have a hand up?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Hello, do you hear me?
We can hear you.
Yes, I just wanted to make sure I got reconnected. That's why I was raising my hand. But I'm ready to move the item to staff to craft eviction options based on the Oakland style ordinances to bring back to the city as soon as possible.
I'll second that. I do want to get some information for how we can make this moratorium ordinance as strong and as there might be a little bit of an amendment or so that needs to be put in from what was drafted before, but I want to make sure that we get this available to our city attorneys and have them look it over and get it on the agenda as soon as possible. So I second the motion.
Any further comments from council members? Councilor Martinez.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that this is an issue that's much larger than just tenants. At the beginning of the pandemic, I had put forward a resolution that we write a statement to the state, to the federal government, that would call for a moratorium not only on tenants but also on mortgages, so that people who are buying homes, so that landlords could be able to not be impacted by the COVID issue. What we have is the issue of thinking too small. We're not looking at the big picture. We're not looking at protecting everyone. Even the landlords, instead of working to protect their interests, work to protect themselves from tenants as opposed to protecting themselves from the banks who basically don't need the money right away. So it's not too late to start thinking about coming up with language that would force a moratorium, not just for tenants, but also for mortgages. And I think that's something that we should consider.
Okay, anyone else? I just wanted to make a brief comment. I've been a little confused by all this because I know the federal government has restrictions on evictions from federally insured mortgage holders. The state government has passed multiple pieces of legislation, including that SB 91 that you guys have just been talking about. The Contra Costa County just 2 weeks ago passed a urgency ordinance that continues temporary eviction moratorium for residential tenants and a moratorium on residential rent increases through June 30th, 2021, and also a temporary eviction moratorium for certain retail tenants during the same through March 31st, 2021. And I heard numerous speakers talking about how tenants in Richmond were, have been abused and so forth. you know, in Richmond right now, we have probably the most aggressive rent control and just cause ordinance in the state of California, and we have a $3 million a year bureaucracy that that administers it, including part of their job is providing services for tenants that believe that they're being abused. And so what I don't understand is why we need to go out and find yet more things to pass. You know, these things have consequences. You know, one of the things that I've learned recently is that in 1 year, I believe it was between 2017-18 and 2018-19, the rental housing stock of Richmond dropped almost 2,000 units, and the perception is that these are units that were taken off the market by landlords who just didn't want to deal with rent control and just cause, so they put them on the market and sold them. Now, what that means is that nearly 2,000 people in Richmond who would like to rent a place to live can no longer find a place to rent because the landlords have been driven out of the rental business. And even more recently, there have been articles in the local media about landlords that are simply pulling rental units off the market and just holding them back because for several reasons. If you're gonna rent a unit and somebody's not going to pay rent anyway, why bother? And another one is that they get that because the rental market is so low now, rents have dropped so much because of COVID-19 that landlords are leery of renting units out at temporarily low rent levels and then not being able to bring them back up to market at a later date. So, I'm sure some people will think that I'm appearing to be mean-spirited, but again, Richmond probably has more rent controls than any city in the state of California if you put all these layers together. So I'm not going to support this. I think the one thing we can do, if our rent control and if our rent program is not serving our local renters and providing them the services they need, then I think people should go talk to the rent board and find out why that's not happening. Councilmember Jimenez.
Well, I think we have a rent board and a rent control that is serving the community. The problem here is that we have a mayor who is constantly attacking the rent board and the rent program and constantly attacking these protections. So I think it's valid that we look for more protection because we have in the leadership people who don't believe in that, people who don't want to protect renters and spreading lies. So for instance, like when you say that we lost 2,000 units, it's not true. And the rent board, the rent program come out with contextual information of this question and this misinformation that you and other people who don't agree with the rent control and don't agree to protect renters are spreading. And it's just like fake news. It's just like spreading all over, and we need to use data. And the data is in like the rent program did a fantastic job having a 3 pages document where it explains why what you are saying that we lost these 2,000 units is not true. So you need to look at that. And the other thing I think is that we need, as leaders, we need to make sure that we do the most things, not just less things, to protect our more vulnerable community. When we heard tonight, a lot of these folks that are getting evicted are Black and brown folks. And for me, it's important that we show that leadership. It's not okay that people show leadership holding a Black Lives Matter and saying, I support Black Lives Matter. But in this city council, they go and attack the things that really really support the Black community. When 63% of the Black residents in Richmond are renters, and we don't support rent control, and we don't want to protect, and we don't want to do anything that is in our hands to protect them. This is a direct attack to the Black Lives Matter and to the Black community. And I will repeat, and I will do my data well, it's 60% of the Black residents in Richmond that are renters, and 63% of the Latino community are renters. So we need to show that leadership for them and for the most vulnerable community. But I also agree with Council Member Martinez that we need to go beyond, because we know that a lot of the small landlords are also, and not only landlords, but homeowners are struggling and they are in the edge of losing their house, their mortgages, because they cannot pay. So we need to go beyond and protect renters, protect homeowners, and stop attacking the things that actually are supporting our community to live here and thrive here. Thank you.
And I will. I will finish that up by saying that instead of working against each other, we need to work together.
Okay, I just don't understand how anybody can get evicted in Richmond right now. You know, there's so many prohibitions, and when I hear stories about all these people being put out on the street, frankly, there's just something that doesn't compute there, because you can't evict people right now. There's multiple moratoria preventing it. So maybe somebody can explain that to me someday. So let's go ahead and take a vote.
Can I finish? Can I add one thing?
Yeah.
So I think, Mr. Mayor, one of the things that are different between how some of us view this and how you do, we view the urgency of now. You're saying, oh yes, if only we didn't have rent control and we waited a long time for the market to do its magic, which it never does the way that it's proposed or just hypothetically stated as it will do. And people just wait and wait and wait, and things never change. So we feel the urgency of now, that we have to take action. And in terms of what protections we don't have that we could have, everybody's under a lot of pressure, but there are things that can wait. Perhaps the landlord is going to say, hey, he wants to eventually move in back into a unit, or his daughter or son. That can wait, until the pandemic is over and the tenant can find another place. Perhaps he wants to make some major repairs in the home. And the tenant would have to be displaced, at least temporarily. That can wait for the benefit of the tenant and for the benefit of the public health as a whole. So what we want to do is fill the gaps that our rent control just cause for eviction ordinance has in it. And at the same time, there are state funds to help the landlords, in particular, the small landlords, and we need to prioritize that, and the renters from having accumulated debt, because that state fund will help the landlord get his money, and the tenant not have debt. So we're thinking that, this is the best scenario we can do, and we want to do the best scenario.
And to do that, I move the item.
Okay.
The item was already moved.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, moved by Martinez, second by Willis.
It was moved by Willis and seconded by McLaughlin before the discussion, just for clarification.
I thought Martinez said he moved it.
I think
I did, but there was discussion after it was moved, so I didn't think it was moved.
Oh yeah.
We have a motion by Councilmember Willis and a second by Councilmember McLaughlin.
Okay, all right. You guys gonna fight over who gets to move it.
No, there's plenty of other things to say about.
Let's call the roll.
Councilmember Bates. Absent. Councilmember Jimenez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Johnson.
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez.
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin.
Yes.
Councilmember Willis.
Yes.
And Mayor Butt.
No.
The motion passes with Mayor Butt voting no and Councilmember Bates is absent.
Okay, item J2 now, I guess, right?
Can sorry, real quick, can I just make a quick note to staff about something?
Okay, go ahead.
With Zoom, there's a lot of us getting kicked out or technical issues, and we try to hop in and it takes a while for us to get a part of the panel, like what just happened during the discussion. Can we be on the lookout better for that? Because it's hard for me to watch a discussion happen and anxiously want to participate, but I'm behind a virtual wall. Sorry, just wanted to put that out there as a little request. That's it.
Okay, our next item is item J2. Anyone that would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand. If you're joining us by video, press the raise hand button at the bottom of your screen. If you're joining us by phone, press the star key and the number 9. And this message will repeat in Spanish.
Si desea dar comentarios sobre el tema de la agenda J2, por favor levante su mano ahora. Para comentar por computadora, seleccione la opción de participante en la parte de abajo de su pantalla y seleccione la opción que dice Raise Hand para levantar su mano. Para comentar por teléfono, oprima estrella 9. No podrá inscribirse para hablar después de que la secretaria municipal termine de leer el número y el tema de la agenda. Gracias.
Okay, item J2. Once I read the item into the record, the opportunity to speak will be closed. J2 is to direct staff to request representatives from the Chevron Richmond Refinery, the United States Coast Guard, San Francisco Baykeeper, California Office of Environmental Health, Hazard Assessment, and the Office of Spill Recovery and Response attend the Richmond City Council meeting on February 23rd, 2021 to present reports on the causes, responses, and probable impact of the spill incident on February 9th, 2021, and coordinate with these agencies to be prepared to present monthly updated reports on the spill incident to inform the council of causal reports and remediation activities required of Chevron by the agencies. And tonight we have 10 speakers for this item.
Okay, this item was introduced by Councilmember Jimenez. Would you like to say something about it? Unmute yourself, Councilmember Jimenez, please.
Ok. Puse este tema en la agenda para asegurar de que el público y el Consejo Municipal tengan la oportunidad de recibir un informe de Chevron y otras agencias y organizaciones que fueron parte de la respuesta de la emergencia del derrame de petróleo causado por Chevron. Y para que asegurarnos de que continuemos haciendo que Chevron sea responsable de estos incidentes. Y que movamos a la ciudad para empezar a planear cómo sería una transición justa que ponga a los trabajadores, residentes impactados, nuestros hermanos y hermanas de la comunidad afroamericana e inmigrante primero. Este es un primer paso y la ciudad necesita liderar en los planes de construir una economía verde que respete la vida y el planeta. No podemos permitir que accidentes como este sigan pasando. Por un futuro para nuestros niños en Richmond, empecemos a trabajar en una transición justa. I place this item on the agenda to make sure the public and the City Council had the opportunity to receive a report from Chevron and other agencies and organizations that were part of the emergency response to the oil spill caused by Chevron, and to make sure we continue to hold Chevron accountable. Thank you to the city manager who was helping to move this request forward and had the presentation tonight instead of next week. Last February night, Richmond community experienced another dangerous incident and a long string of incidents at the Chevron Richmond refinery. This incident resulted in a level 2 community warning system activation, warning community members of hazardous risks associated with breathing vapors from the spill. This incident, combined with the increase of danger of flooding incidents since the approval of Chevron's modernization project and the historic August 6, 2012 Chevron explosion and fire incident, raised many questions about the management of this dangerous refinery. Despite last year's incident report representation to the City Council and fine assessed by the Bay Area Air Quality Management District, excessive flaring continues. These incidents become more severe in times like this one, where we not only are dealing with pollution, but a pandemic. The oil spill covered a recreation area that is being used by many residents in Richmond. Keller Beach is one of the beaches in Richmond that many kids and families go to. With COVID-19, areas like Keller Beach and other open spaces are essential public resources that support the well-being of our community. So we need to protect them. But here we are, our community experiencing a toxic chemical spill that not only puts our kids and family at risk, but our environment. The air pollution in Richmond already made many of our neighbors more vulnerable to COVID-19. We have higher rates of asthma, cancer, heart diseases, and other health conditions that make you more vulnerable to COVID-19. So toxic industrial chemicals make us sicker, and now they are taking away our beaches, a resource that help us stay healthy. It is not a point of debate that the climate crisis is real, and a big part is caused by the greenhouse gases. The Chevron refinery in Richmond is the second largest source of greenhouse gases in all California. And the greenhouse gas emission had not even gone down in the last decade. Governor Newsom has pledged to ban all sales of new gasoline-powered vehicles by 2035. Even General Motors is ending production of gas-powered cars. We see the refineries in Rodeo and Martinez closing their fossil fuel operations. We don't know when the Richmond refinery will close, but as a city, we need a plan for it. More than ever, it becomes important for the city of Richmond to start planning for a just transition that puts workers, impacted communities, and Black and Brown residents first. We want to make sure that Richmond is leading the way to make sure we do not get left with a lack of jobs, lost revenue, and environmental mess of having a refinery for over a century. And I want to also thank Councilmember Martinez, because he has been leading some of this conversation about just transition with many of our community leaders here. So you want to say something? Thank you.
Go ahead, council member.
Yes, if I may. Quite a few years ago, the state had a session here in Richmond to get community input, to get community engagement around environmental issues. At that meeting, I happened to sit next to someone who was representing Chevron. And in our conversations, I told him that it was time that we started having conversations around just transition, because you, as well as I, know that the amount of fossil fuels in the ground is limited, and they will be exhausted eventually. But because of climate change, that that transfer from fossil fuels is essential to start happening now. And if we don't do something, if we don't start planning immediately, we're going to end up with a change that's unplanned. So the reason for me having that conversation was because I want to make sure that we're all working together so that the transition is just, not just for the community, but also for the workers at the refinery. Now, it's my understanding that flaring is supposed to be an emergency procedure. The number of flaring instances at Chevron tells me that you're running a very dangerous operation. The number of flaring shouldn't be happening. if you're running a safe, if you're running your company safely. So so I think that we need to direct staff. I'll do this first, and then I'd like to hear from you. But I move that we direct staff to research case studies of other cities that have had transitions from the fossil fuel industry, and to engage local partners in putting together a set of recommendations to City Council on just how to plan for a just transition. So if you might, I'd be interested in knowing your thoughts on how to do the just transition after you explain to us about the flaring and the spills.
Wait a minute, I want to back up a minute. This agenda item is not about a just transition. I think we already adopted a resolution you wrote on that a couple of weeks ago. What this says is, I'm going to read it because there's some misunderstanding here. Direct staff to request representatives from the Chevron Richmond Refinery, the United States Coast Guard, San Francisco Baykeeper, California Office of Environmental Health Hazard Assessment, and the Office of Spill Recovery and Response to attend the Richmond City Council meeting on February 23rd. That's next week.
Yeah, can I?
Wait, let me finish. To present reports on the causes and so on and so forth. So, yeah, I mean, are we going to have a discussion about this tonight, or are we going to do it next week?
No, I think, can I say what is happening, because I was the one who put this on the agenda. I put it there because I wanted to give a staff time to gather all these parties, but I have a phone call on Friday from the city manager that offered that instead of having bringing all these parties on the 23rd, that we could have it today. So we have them today. So we are going to receive that information. And I think I would like to add, I think like is right on, I would like to add, so that motion that we are going to seek here is the motion that Eduardo, City Council Martinez is putting, that is directing staff to research what it says, case studies and for other cities, so that and work with community members to start looking into what a just transition looks like for Richmond. Maybe you can. Maybe Eduardo, I didn't like, if you want to repeat the motion so we can add it to these after the and then after the presentation and the public speaker, we can move that motion for a vote. Thank you.
Well, I would invite the city attorney to weigh in on this, but it seems to me like we're looking at two totally different issues. You know, studying a just transition is maybe it's a good thing to do. As a matter of fact, I think we just adopted a resolution recommending that. If you want to put that on for a future city council meeting, I think that's fine. But it's not on the.
No, I would like to put it right now, and this is what we are changing a little bit. This and this is what we do, or like the city council always do, like changing and putting more.
You can't talk about things that aren't on the agenda, and that's not on the agenda. This is about.
It was in the description that I sent in the agenda report. So I think this is related to. So I think I would like to hear from the city attorney, not from you.
Well, look, I'm going to call it out of order. You know, if the city council wants to vote me down, you certainly can do it. The city attorney, do you have an opinion on this? Unmute yourself, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My apologies. It would be appropriate to direct staff to come back with additional information and have a future item on this one. And so if the council wants to give some direction, it is certainly within the range. We can't actually take an action to adopt a policy, but you could certainly direct staff to come back so that you have that opportunity at a future date.
Well, that's what I'm suggesting.
Well, that was the motion. The motion was to direct staff to do research, to research case studies of other cities, and to
Well, you don't have to make a motion. All you gotta do is ask them. Any city council member can put anything on the agenda at any time. So all you gotta do is contact the city manager and tell her you want that on the agenda. We don't have to vote to put something on the agenda. So why don't we go back to the issue that's on the agenda, and that is requesting representatives to come on the 23rd. Now, we have a couple of people here, well, maybe three, that are prepared to say something. I don't know what. I see Ben Eichenberg from Baykeeper, is that right? I see Randy Sawyer from Contra Costa County, and I see Lindsay Crane from Chevron. I do not see anybody here from the Coast Guard, from the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, from the California Office of Environmental Health Hazard Assessment, and the Office of Spill Recovery and Response. Some of them have told me that they will come next week if we want to wait and talk to them then. So I don't know how you guys want to handle this. I think
we also
City
have our
Manager?
mayor. We also have our fire department representatives who participated in the response, who
Yeah.
are prepared to share some information. If you'd like to hear that this evening, and some folks were not available this evening.
Well, we're also running short on time. We've got 20 minutes left until our first soft stop. So, I mean, I realize these people are here, but I'm inclined to do what the recommended action is, and to invite them all plus some others to come back next week and be prepared to discuss it.
Well, Mr. Mayor, can I speak? I was the one who put that on the agenda, and I talked to the city manager, and we invited people, and they are here. So I think we should be going to listen to them. And if we need more time to have this discussion, I make a motion right now to extend this meeting until this item is discussed.
Well, okay, let's move ahead. I'm not sure where we go with this. I don't. It's your item. What do you want to do with it?
So we what I want to do is to have this presentation from the invitees that are here, and for all of you to have the opportunity to ask questions, and then additional to that, add to my agenda the motion that Council Member Martinez suggested for a vote. So this is what I want to do, and there is my request is that we extend this meeting until this item is discussed. Thank you.
Well, we don't have to do it yet, but Councilor Willis.
Yeah, I just wanted to make the suggestion that we hear from the 10 public speakers that have already signed up and debate how we move forward on this issue till after that, because I don't think it's fair for them to not comment on how this should move forward, and we're already making motions on it. So it's okay to hear from the public speakers, and then we can handle the rest after that.
Well, first of all, are there any council members who want to say anything? How many public speakers do we have?
You have 10.
10?
Yes.
So you want to do the public speakers first? Councilmember Jimenez, it's your item. Is that what you want to do? Public speakers first?
Yeah, I think I agree with Council Member Willis. Let's let
Okay, all right. Let's go to the.
Okay,
I
the
do
presenters can address the question that some public speaker will have.
Okay, let's go to the public speakers.
Mr. Mayor, just to keep in mind when we do, because they're probably in the middle of the public speakers, we may have to do an extension. I would like for us to also address that consent calendar item. I think we just need a clarification to get it on the record, and it'll go very quickly.
Well, we'll get to it when we get to it, but we're not going very fast. So let's
Okay.
get on with it.
Okay, the speakers are Yenny Garcia, Tarnal Abbott, Andres Soto, Torum Non-Pursuit, phone number ending in 1383, Marisol Cantu, Tanya Pulido, Floyd Anders, and Kelly B. Okay, Yenny Garcia.
Hello, good evening. I'm calling because we definitely need to do something about the pollution that's going on and how Chevron is responsible. So I really thank you, Claudia, for putting this on the agenda. I just want to say that I support and I recommend the City Council and you, Mr. Mayor, to also support the strongest emission limit on Chevron to keep our community safe. You know, it's something that I know we don't have complete control of, but this is the beginning of something that could really take us to the next level in becoming a better community for all and protect the most vulnerable population. So please, you know, have an open mind, Mr. Mayor, and everyone that's there when it comes to protecting our city. These are important resolutions and policy changes and recommendations that need to be made so that we can move forward with a just transition in the city of Richmond. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Tarnal Abbott.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Yeah, regarding the oil spill, Chevron does need to start moving towards a just transition. It shouldn't just be the city imposing it on Chevron. Chevron should start doing it themselves. Burning fossil fuels is killing us. And when oil spills in the bay, it damages and or kills the wildlife. With sea level rise, I want to know what's happening with Castro Cove. Is anyone paying attention to the high tides there? Also, we have a lot of underground oil and gas pipelines. How safe are they? How often are they inspected? It's time to move in a whole different direction. And sometimes when these disasters happen, that's the wake-up call we need to do something different. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Andres Soto.
Yeah, good evening once again. And I'm Andres Soto with Communities for a Better Environment. And I want to start out by thanking you for adopting H10 on consent. You know, that will go a long way to influencing the Air District to, you know, make a strong Rule 6-5 regarding cat cracker emissions limits on the on Chevron and PBF in Martinez. But on this item in particular, I think what we're going to find out in the end is that once again, Chevron is cutting corners. It's their managerial culture of negligence and disrespect for the people of Richmond that will show what led to the pipe failure. Right now, there are many more questions than there are answers. I appreciate the folks who did show up tonight, but you know, you're going to have a lengthy inquiry into this and find out what you can actually do to try to strengthen Chevron's you know, management culture there, and to respect the people of Richmond and quit fighting us on all these efforts to try to clean up their dirty act. You know, for over 100 years, Chevron has polluted not only our air and our water, but our politics, and they're completely unrepentant about it. And it's time that we move into a mode of just transition. The refineries are going to close down on their own. Chevron has divested of all renewable energy. They're one of the worst actors in the field. So thank you, Councilmember Jimenez, for bringing this forward. We need to get answers. And then once we have some answers, we need to get some real action. And that means more than a slap on the wrist with fines. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Torm Nompresurt. Torm?
I'm sorry. My name is Torm Nompresurt. I live here in Richmond over 45 years. One thing I really want to address today is other thing that people already talk about, just transition on that. I want to address the specifically accountability that Chevron need to be accountable. The accountable that Chevron need to do is I'm glad to see that different agencies who are going to provide us some report, independent from the Chevron, but also want to hear from Chevron what's going on that day, why things happen, and it keep repeating the same problem over and over. Chevron are negligent. 2012 almost killed the worker there, and because of the pipe. And the pipe already inspect and with their own engineer and also with the government recommendation, but they never fix it until things happen. And this is the same thing. What is the issue there? So I'm assuming that the issue will come up will be again that Chevron are negligent and not care for what they do, and that it's the harm the community. They probably don't care. They just pay small resettlement. And that's probably cheaper, I don't know, or it's just inhuman. So I want to know what's going on. I want to, what the action would be from the Chevron. What can they promise us that not going to be happen? From time to time, they always come back to Chevron negligence and stop doing that. And I think they need to really practice to be performed as a business like everyone else in city of Richmond here. So I want the City Council, and thank you for the City Council to bring this up. And I think it's very important that we hear from the agency, but also from Chevron, what's going on that day and what accountability would be. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is phone number ending in 1383. Please state your name for the record. Número.
Hello?
Sí?
Hello?
Yes, hello.
Hello?
You can start speaking.
Do you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, Flora, habla.
Sí, mi nombre es Flora Bat. Yo también estoy en contra de la contaminación, perdón. Tengo una niña de 5 años y estoy en contra de eso. Y también a que se extiende la protección contra la renta, porque yo perdí mi trabajo desde marzo acerca del COVID y ya debo 7 meses de renta. La verdad estoy muy preocupada y pues nerviosa a la vez, porque ya ahorita en estos meses no sé qué va a pasar, porque los dueños de mi apartamento me han estado como amenazándome para sacar del lugar.
Okay, let me translate this. You're not translating what she's saying, so I need to translate for her. My name is Patricia, and I'm a ACE member and organizer. What Flora is telling that she's from Richmond, and she's against the contamination that this company is doing to the city. She has a kid of 5 years old, and also she's very concerned about it. And also she wants to make sure that the council members do protections for the tenants, because the problem from the pandemic, she lost her job and she's 7 months behind. ¿Qué más, Flora?
Sí, que por favor que nos ayuden, porque sí estoy bien preocupada y en mi situación creo que habemos varios.
Okay, she's very concerned because she believes there's a lot of people like her in the city that they're very close to being evicted if they don't have any kind of protection. Tienes otro minuto, sigue hablando.
Sí, sí, por favor, y les pido de favor, porque yo pues estoy bien nerviosa porque no sé qué va a pasar en estos días, en estos meses. La verdad estoy muy preocupada.
And she's very nervous and very concerned because she doesn't know what is going to happen in the next month. ¿Qué más quieres decir?
Sí, y por favor se los pido, y pues soy del grupo AC y Mi nombre es Flora Bach.
Okay, so I really ask you to help us, and I am a member of ACE. ¿Es eso todo, Flora?
Sí.
Okay, gracias and thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is Marisol Cantú.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Marisol Cantú and a current Richmond resident. I want you to imagine council members and Mayor Budd and Vice Mayor. I want you to imagine a child growing up in a city by the bay. The child breathes clean air, drinks clean water, and is beautifully healthy. She loves biking to parks that lead her to the water. She plays where the sand and the soil meet. She never wonders if the clouds are Mother Nature's blessing or Chevron's curse. Now imagine that girl was born and raised in Richmond, and where she played was Miller Knox Park, the same place where just last week, Chevron spilled another 600 gallons of oil into our Richmond Bay. Now you don't have to imagine that little girl. She is me, and I'm third generation Richmond resident. And now I am asking the city council and the mayor, how many more generations will suffer from the historic and disproportionate harm caused by Chevron? Black, brown, indigenous, and other people of color have been historically and disproportionately harmed at the hands of Chevron. And I'm asking you to take responsibility for the Black, brown, indigenous, Asian communities here that are the most impacted with the most health benefits. We're not asking for a payout. We are asking for a just transition. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Tania Pulido.
Good evening, City Council. Can you hear me?
Yes, you can start.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, City Council, and especially thank you to Councilmember Jimenez for adding this item to the agenda. My name is Tania Pulido. I'm a Richmond resident and community worker. The recent oil spill in Richmond is another incident of gross negligence on the behalf of the Richmond refinery. We need to hold them accountable for the environmental and health impacts on our ecosystem and community. Keller Beach is a gem in our community and is used daily by Richmond families. On any given day, you will see large crowds of people enjoying the water and the view. And unfortunately, as someone who grew up in Richmond, this is not the first time I've experienced Keller Beach being closed due to an incident at the refinery. And unless we begin to push for stricter regulations and procedures, this will happen again. So we need to first make sure the refinery is being transparent on the impacts of the oil spill. And secondly, begin to create a path towards a just transition in the city of Richmond. The impacts of the oil spill and air pollution will last for generations to come, and we must act now. The cleanup must be transparent and must educate the community of the long-lasting impacts. We need Chevron to pay the true cost of the cleanup and assist families that are and will be victims of this disaster. We need to work with the Air District and other agencies to make sure the strongest regulations are in place. We need true accountability and not a slap on the wrist. I urge the City Council to move towards a healthier, greener, and just Richmond that we can all be proud of for generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Floyd Andrews.
Hello,
Floyd?
my name is, hi, this is Floyd Andrews. I'm a Richmond resident. I live very near the Long Wharf. After the spill, my whole neighborhood was inundated with fumes. And we were able to see the sheen on the water, and what we didn't see was the amazing birds and the waterfowl that fly over the bay so beautifully. It seems they knew to stay away, thank goodness. And I am very worried about the maintenance at Chevron. As most of us are very aware of the economic impacts of the pandemic on the oil industry, the refining industry, and Chevron in particular. And it would make sense from a management perspective to reduce spending on maintenance in the midst of these kinds of losses. That has, very difficult impacts for the community in terms of potential accidents like the one we saw. Next week, when Chevron returns, I would be very interested in seeing an analysis of their maintenance budget, what they're expecting for this year and into the future as the economic pressure pushes them to move into cost savings mode. Also, I would just like to identify that the economic pressure on Chevron very likely will bring forth a transition. And I support every effort on the part of the city to make sure that that is in fact a just transition. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. And that was our last public speaker.
Okay, I guess now we want to invite speakers from the various organizations. So I'll start with Ben Eichenberg, and I'll give each one of you up to 5 minutes to do whatever you want to do.
Thank you, Mayor Butt. Good evening, Vice Mayor Johnson and council members. Thank you in particular to Councilmember Jimenez for raising this item. My name is Ben Eichenberg. I'm here on behalf of San Francisco Baykeeper and our more than 5,000 members and supporters all around the Bay Area. Baykeeper has advocated for a clean bay since 1989 with our mission to defend the Bay from the biggest threats and hold polluters accountable to create healthier communities and help wildlife thrive. Any oil in the environment is bad news. We're thankful that as far as we know, there was not a catastrophic amount of damage from the amount of oil that was spilled on February 9th from the Chevron facility. We got lucky. If there were, as it appears initially, relatively mild impacts, that wasn't because of anything that Chevron did. The spill itself was small, the fuel spilled was of a lighter type, and the response to the spill shows all the ways that if this had been a larger spill or a spill of heavier product, there could have been a more harmful impact. I think I should have some pictures of the spill. I don't know if we can bring those up.
Excuse me, Mayor, before we get started with the pictures, do we want to go ahead and extend the meeting?
Yeah, let's have a motion to extend the meeting.
I second it.
Well, who's the motioner?
I make the motion.
How long do you want to extend it?
Half an hour.
All right.
Or until this item finish.
Yeah. Okay. Until this item is finished.
If you want to extend it past 11:30, it takes a supermajority to do that.
I would like to ask that we extend it also to hear that one item, consent calendar item, which will just take a couple minutes.
Well, you can't extend it indefinitely. If you got to put a time limit on it, or you got to get a supermajority and you can go all night and then tomorrow morning.
Yeah.
Half an hour. Half an hour, and
We'll
then
go for half an hour.
we'll see what happens after that.
We've got a motion to extend it half an hour. Is there a second?
Second.
I second.
Okay. Do we need to call the roll on that, Madam Clerk?
Yes, we have a motion by Councilmember Martinez, second by Councilmember McLaughlin. Councilmember Bates is absent. Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
and Mayor Butt.
No.
The motion passes with Mayor Butt voting no, and Councilmember Bates is absent.
Okay, go ahead, Ben.
Thank you. Are we able to pull up the photos?
Yeah, there they come.
Great. So this is some pictures of the spill. This is what Baykeeper's investigator saw when they got to the site. Our first question was, why is there oil on both sides of this boom? If we can advance to the next slide, I think we'll see more pictures of, you'll get a better sense of that sheen extending to both sides of the boom there. Our second question is, why has oil been allowed to reach the beaches and the shoreline? Let's go on to the next slide, please. Thank you. And then we can advance past to the next slide. It appears that the first small boom was set up by Chevron and that was inadequate. Oil continued to seep out around the boom until the pipeline was shut off and the oil in the pipeline was cleared well over 2 hours after it was first reported by a resident. This spill could have been from a big ship, from a bigger hole in a pipe, or from a number of other sources that would have been disastrous. It could have happened during herring spawning season or during a significant weather event. Just because this was a small spill doesn't mean that this was a good response. Rather, that it was a small spill is purely a matter of luck. Long wharf ships, heavier crude products that could have sunk without producing an obvious sheen to be spotted by observant residents. A dock worker may have been able to identify the sheen itself this time, but next time we might not be so fortunate. This spill points to the weakness of Chevron's monitoring. No layperson is looking at this response would agree that it was adequate. The spill likely began before 2:30. The refinery was made aware of it at 2:30. What happened to the refinery's own internal alert systems, we don't know. It should not have taken a resident's reported smell or visual observation to alert Chevron to the problem and to instigate a response. They put out only one boom. When the sheen continued to occur outside of the boomed area, they could have added additional booming. And Baykeeper's experience from other sites around the bay, such as the Hyde Street Pier, containment and absorbent booms can be used to effectively contain oil spills. Response boats were just sitting there and observing instead of collecting oil that was escaping the boom. Though it's a shallow area, much of the bay is shallow, and appropriate equipment should be deployed to capture oil within the first 2 hours of a spill. No one, not even the response agencies, knew how many gallons had been spilled until 2 days after the event. Moreover, spill prevention technology should have been much better. A re-examination of all pipelines in California should have been undertaken after the Plains All-American pipeline spill at Refugio. That should have included increased inspections and the use of best technology such as automatic shutoff valves, double-walled pipes, and leak detection systems. Those measures do not appear to have been taken at Long Wharf. We must look at how this response is conducted and learn from it to make the responses to future incidents better. Now that we are aware of the flaws in the response, the oversight agencies need to revisit the response plan so that the public can participate and make it better. We can drop the slide presentation at this point. The close connection between the refineries and the agencies tasked with independent oversight should be examined. Oil spill response and oversight updates were produced on joint letterhead that prominently displayed the Chevron logo. Critical evaluation of the initial response requires independence from the oil industry, independence that is impossible under a unified command that partners so closely with a responsible entity. Potential impacts include eel beds right where you see the oil sheen at Point Malate, at Miller Knox, with high concentrations as has been noted at Keller Beach. Spilling oil into the bay has unknown consequences and impacts. Just because we haven't found oiled birds doesn't mean that there weren't impacts. Oil can be toxic to small organisms like plankton and fish in the area, and oil fumes can also be harmful to people and animals that are exposed for longer periods. Cumulative impacts from small oil spills in an area near refineries can also have longer-term impacts. We have a number of questions for the agencies and the facility's response, such as what time did the leak actually start? How did the refinery become aware of the leak? When did the refinery locate the location of the leak? How long did it take before each response agency was notified? How much oil was actually spilled in total? What information do they have on the product in one of these pipelines before a spill? Is that information available immediately, or do you have to test the product once it has been spilled into the water to know what is being spilled? If a heavier product has been spilled and no sheen was immediately detectable, assuming that different types of oil produce more or less visible sheens, as is the case, how long would it have taken the refinery to notice and respond to the leak? Pipeline and safety technology questions include, was the pipeline double walled? Was there automatic shutoff technology installed? Were there flow restriction valves at intervals along the pipeline that could have shut off the flow without emptying the whole pipeline? Was there leak detection? Sorry, what types of leak detection? Sorry, what types of leak detection technology was installed? What are the regular visual observations of the pipeline conducted by refinery personnel? If so, on what schedule? How much of the pipeline did it cover? Are there technologies available that could have patched the reported quarter-inch hole? What was the last time that a thorough inspection was conducted of the pipeline? What kinds of inspections are conducted of this pipeline? Would these types of inspections be likely to have detected the problem before it occurred? If not,
Alarm, Madam Clerk.
Yes, that was 5 minutes.
Okay, Ben, let's wrap it up.
all right. So there's also questions about protecting the public and public resources. Obviously, there's not enough information that's been released, and hopefully the reports to the city will cover some of these. But I think, as has been pointed out by commenters, a lot of this leads to a call should lead to a call for a just transition. This is a warning shot fired literally just off Richmond's bow. Chevron is unlikely to continue investing, and Richmond needs to investigate what it will take for a just transition to adequately cover the needs of the community, the environment, and workers. Thank you for the time.
Okay, why don't I go to Lindsay Crane next? There you go. You have 5 minutes if you want to say anything. You don't have to say anything, but.
Thank you so much. No, we definitely want to say something. Good evening, Mayor and City Council staff and neighbors. My name is Lindsay Crane. I'm from the Chevron Richmond Public Affairs team. And I want to thank you for the invitation to speak, and thank you for the speakers who have shared their thoughts. I start and end most of my days with walks along our shoreline, and I share that to let you know that as a Richmond resident, I can understand how unsettling the wharf incident could have been to some of our neighbors. We are proud to call Richmond home. We have partnered together to modernize our operations and lower our emissions and enhance our city's future through education, economic, and employment opportunities, and to support charitable organizations doing incredible work in our community. We are constantly working to remain a good neighbor. This is embedded in our company's highest values to conduct our business in a socially and environmentally responsible manner, respecting the law and universal human rights, and benefiting the communities where we work. Please know that Chevron and responsible agencies will investigate this incident. We will learn from this and continue to focus on being a good neighbor. Our response is ongoing. We are managing the incident in what is called a unified command. This was actually created in California in the 1970s to manage large incidents like the wildfires. In this case, this is where the U.S. Coast Guard, the California Department of Fish and Wildlife Office of Spill Prevention and Response, the Contra Costa Health Services, and Chevron manage the incident response together. We make shared decisions and we speak with one voice. That means that we as Chevron are not able to speak to you unilaterally about the incident response tonight. However, the Unified Command has provided the very latest update to Mayor Butt and City Manager Sneidman. In the case they want to read it here, they have a full report as well as some short bullets. We are also available to potentially share that online as part of a media update. And I also want to encourage everyone to visit the Unified Command website, which is named recoveredoillineleak.com. Thank you. That is the end of my comments.
Okay, thank you. Randy Sawyer, you want to go next?
Good evening, and thank you, Mayor Butt and the rest of the city council members. What our role was here, we did respond to the incident. We had 11 people respond to the incident that occurred, and as mentioned earlier, we were notified approximately 15:45 hours or 2:45. We responded, or excuse me, 3:45. We responded, and we had someone go directly to the scene at Chevron, and we also had a number of people go out in the community to take air monitoring, do air monitoring in the evening. We did a number of different sampling that night, including, let me get it right here so I'm straight. We also looked for carbon dioxide, carbon monoxide, oxygen, volatile organic compounds, hydrogen sulfide is what we were able to measure at that evening. All readings were at background levels. We did not find anything above those background levels by the time we got there. We did detect odors that evening. So there was some definite odors from the spill. As we are also part of, as mentioned earlier, we're also part of the Unified Command, which was, as mentioned, includes Chevron, U.S. Coast Guard, the Fish and Wildlife, Oil Spill Prevention and Response. And we all make up part of Unified Command. That response is ongoing. There was actually today there was a sheen was still detected, so we will continue the response until there's 2 days where the sheen is not detected at all. They're also doing we're also doing shoreline cleanup assessment technique called SCAT teams are going out to conduct survey of the different beaches. We're also obtaining samples of sand from Salt Beach, which is very close to Chevron Long Wharf, to determine what kind of oil actually was absorbed by the sand. And so those are being taken now. So that goes on, but after this, and after response and everything, we're working to put together, we're hiring a third party to come in and do an instant investigation of the spill, what caused the spill, and what we call the root cause analysis of the spill, which looks at the management systems that failed, that allowed the spill to occur. As mentioned earlier, it may be mechanical integrity, it may be other means that we're looking at to see what caused that spill, not just because there was a hole in the line, but what led up to the hole occurring. This will be a whole process that we're working on. We're allowed to do this in the California Accident Release Prevention Program. We're also working, there's an ad hoc committee of the Board of Supervisors that looks at the county's industrial safety ordinance and the community warning system. And they have asked us to do this investigation also. And we'll definitely include the city of Richmond in our investigation and be partners with it. So we'll have an oversight committee probably. Most likely we'll have an oversight committee to work with us, which include community members, members from Richmond City Council. And then also we'll move forward with the investigation, hiring a third party to do that investigation, who's an expert in incident investigation. So that's what we're planning to do in the future. This will be a process that will probably go on for at least 6 months, 3 to 6 months at least. And we'll report out that, we'll have public meetings and report out the results of that incident investigation as it moves forward. That's into my report.
Okay, thank you. Eric Govan, you want to go?
Good evening. I had given a small, quick presentation to KCRT. I'm not sure if they're available to put it up. It looks like it's coming up now. This was just going to be a brief overview. I wasn't informed that Chevron and Baykeepers and County Hazmat was going to be presented tonight. So this is just going to be a quick general overview of the incident. It doesn't look like they're able to pull this up. So anyway,
there you go.
Okay. Here we go. So some of this information is dated already because I did receive the updated report. So I'll make those corrections as I speak. So basically, this is the recovered oil line leak response that happened last Tuesday along the Long Wharf. Initial product detail was ultra low sulfur diesel and flush water mixture, but it's transitioned into just diesel and flush water mixture, and approximately 500 to 750 gallons were released. Next slide, please. This is an incident timeline that breaks things down in regards to at approximately 3:25 or 15:25, Chevron Refinery reported a petroleum leak from a pipeline along the Richmond Long Wharf. And then the following mitigation items followed the initial notification. We had the response initiated, and then there was a 360-degree boom completed of 600 feet containment boom, and then, and then 1,200 feet of a deflection boom. And then the unified command was established by RFD and Chevron on the incident. And then we had our boat ready to be deployed, but at that particular moment, Chevron declined that resource. And then after that, mandatory notifications were completed by Chevron, which were verified by us. And then the Marine Spill Response Corporation, MSRC, was on scene conducting initial site protection and containment and recovery efforts. Next slide. So then skimming started by MSRC, and then leak was visibly stopped. And then the 16-inch ballot line was clamped at the leak point. And then on Wednesday, the following day, February 10th, a new unified command comprised of representatives from the United States Coast Guard, Chevron, Contra Costa Health Services Department was established. And then the responding battalion chief, Chief Noah Brownlow, was present for that morning debriefing the next day. Next slide. And then this is just the environmental and wildlife impacts. A shoreline task force utilized the contractor Clean Harbors, which continues to conduct assessment and cleanup on the affected shoreline. Other than saltwater stations, there have been no observations of shoreline impacts during SCAT surveys or overflights. California Office of Environmental Health Hazard Assessment determined that no fisheries closures were warranted in the response to the incident. And there have been no reports of wildlife impact to date. Anyone observing oil wildlife should not attempt to capture it. Please report any observations of oil wildlife to the Oiled Wildlife Hotline. The number is at 1-800-823-6926. Next task. And then, next slide. So just a quick post-incident task from my specific division. We've kind of already touched base with Chevron and kind of just advised them that the repair for this pipe would be a new permit. It would have to be pulled, which would require a complete evaluation of the repair work, including the plan review and subsequent field inspections to ensure full compliance, which is the same with all new permits. And then the next slide, the last slide, is just an overview of the areas where the spill was. And that concludes my presentation.
Okay, thank you, everyone, for your presentations. So I'm going to go back to Councilmember Jimenez. Do you want to do this again next week, or have we taken care of what you wanted to do today?
Well, I think I want to make sure that they are saying that they are doing an investigation. So probably for next week, will you have or will be more information available that we can have, or as Mr. Sayer said, it will take 3 months or up to 3 months to get a full report. So I just want to make sure that I think if we are going to have another presentation that is the same, where the Chevron representative say we cannot talk that much about that because we are working in collaboration with all these agencies, that we don't that we don't need to do other reports. So my question is, will you have more specific information in next week?
Who wants to answer that?
Maybe Lindsay? Chevron?
Hi.
Yeah, anyone else can chime in, but we've heard already one person say that it will take several months to do the root cause analysis essentially, or any other reports. I suspect, can anybody do anything any faster?
There are several investigations ongoing. And so each one will probably be on its own timeline. We are also investigating ourselves. So it's hard to say when each investigation will be completed or we'll be able to share any information.
I think I have some question here for some of you presented, and one is why the gap? You were aware, Chevron was aware at 2:30, but the OSPR wasn't notified until 3:25. So that gap, why that gap?
I think that would be part of the investigation. There are a lot of items to do for all of the people involved in order to respond to something like this. And so there's a lot happening during that time frame, and there's a particular order that it needs to happen in. But I'm positive that will be part of the investigation.
So I haven't finished, Council Member Martinez, if I might. I think can we, in part of the investigation, can we get the answers to the question that Ben asked today? Can we send it to you, and that will be part of the report to answer to us as well, because it's a lot of information that we want to do. That is one question. And the other question, and I think maybe from all of Lindsay, that question. And the second question, it will be Mr. Sayer talk about they are going to hire an independent investigator. Who is that? Did you know? What is the name of the independent investigation that you are going to hire?
Well, that'd be part of the I'm sorry. That'll be a part of the process that we'll follow to select a third-party consultant. It has not been selected yet. It's a whole process you do. You will go out for request or proposal, see who can do it, and then work with the committee to determine who is going to do the actual investigation.
Can in that investigation, can you add the questions that we have here, like that Ben asked here, so we can have these answers?
I believe we can. So if you just send it to me, we'll include it as part of the proposal.
Okay, go ahead. Thank you.
Anyone else have anything?
Yeah. Would it be possible to hear why Chevron refused the help that was listed on the timeline?
I would have to go back and talk to the ICs, which we were a part of, that unified command, and ask why that apparatus or that vessel was denied to participate in the response. I can get back to you on that.
I would have to do the same. I'm not familiar with the Victory or what it does. That's the first I've heard that.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I would like to hear the letter that you wrote to the mayor and the city manager. And I'd also like to know why it didn't go out to all council members.
I'm not sure what letter you're talking about.
I thought Lindsay said she had sent out a letter to the mayor and...
In Unified Command, I'm sorry to interrupt. In Unified Command, the liaison officer had been managed, that job had been managed by the California Fish and Wildlife, and they do frequent liaison updates, which is what they send to elected officials like yourselves. We both thought that we had most of you on the list early on, but it turns out that some of you were missing from that list. They did put out update number 6, and they sent it, I know for sure, to Mayor Butt and the city manager, and they can either forward that on to you, or there's a short kind of summarized version that I think California Fish and Wildlife would like read at this meeting, if possible, if we have time.
I just asked the city manager to forward that update number 6 to all council members.
And I'd like all council members to be included in future correspondence.
Okay. Councilmember McLaughlin.
Yeah, just a quick comment. Thank you, Councilmember Jimenez, for bringing this. I think it's great to have this discussion, and the speakers were eloquent. I do want to say that in addition to staff at least getting a sense of what we want, that we want a just transition away from fossil fuels and making sure our community is compensated for our suffering and for the taxes that when Chevron eventually stops refining, which we know it will have to, that we want some compensation for our community and our city so our tax base doesn't suffer. I also, though, want to say that I'm very aware that corporations put their profits first, and the only way this is going to happen is with an independent movement. That's how we've gotten things done in the past, and I have no problem saying that out loud. And so Chevron knows it. Chevron knows how we defeated them in the past with independent movements. That's how we stopped the 2008 expansion project and many other efforts. And that is how we will get this. What we'll be doing is an actual struggle for power from the fossil fuel industry. That's what we need to do, because fossil fuel industry will put its profits first. We put people and the people's planet first. And we can't trust anyone but ourselves to do that. Thanks.
Hey, any other comments from council members? If not, I think maybe we can wrap this up and go back to the item that we from the consent calendar. Yeah, Councilmember Jimenez.
Point of order, isn't there a motion on the floor regarding this item?
Yeah.
So I would like to make a comment, and I said that it's not like we are calling for closing Chevron right now, but as a city leader, we need to make sure that we are leading a way and thinking about just transition and what happened, because we are seeing some trends, and it's our responsibility lead the way and plan and not get others to plan for us. With that said, I think I will move the motion that is on the floor.
What's the motion?
What is the motion that's on the floor?
The motion is to direct staff to research case studies of other cities that have had transition from fossil fuel industries and to engage local partners in putting together a
Councilmember, the cat muted you.
Okay, is there a second?
I thought it was a reindeer.
Let's he finish the motion, because we don't know what we are going to vote on.
Yeah, sorry about that. So, the second part is to engage local partners in putting together a set of recommendations to City Council about how to plan for a just transition. So this is a call for us to work together with industry, with the community, with organizations, to start planning for a just transition, so that we have a way forward that doesn't impact anyone unjustly.
Didn't we just adopt a resolution about a just transition?
We did, but that was not to ask staff to research. That was to have staff sign on to a letter that would sign on to a.
Okay, all right, I got it. Is there a second?
Yeah, I second.
Okay, second by Jimenez. Let's call roll, Madam Clerk.
Vice Mayor Bates is absent. Councilmember Jimenez.
Yes.
Councilmember Vice Mayor Johnson.
Yes.
I have to get used to that. Councilmember Martinez.
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin.
Yes.
Councilmember Willis.
Yes.
And Mayor Butt.
You know, this is something we need to do, but I think this city council has got a lot more important things to do than studying just transitions. So I'm going to vote no.
The motion passes with Councilmember Bates absent and Mayor Butt voting no.
Okay, so let's go back to item, what, H2, is that what it is?
Item H2, individuals who would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand by pressing the raise hand button at the bottom of your screen. If you're joining us by phone, press the star and the number 9. And
We have 1 minute.
Right. City Clerk, are there any speakers on this?
Looks like we have one speaker, Tarno Abbott.
So it's your
And-
item,
and I need
your
to-
item, Councilmember McLaughlin. Do you want to introduce it?
I'm just gonna say this, I pulled this and I see there is one speaker that we'll have to hear from and that we want to hear from. I just basically wanted to hear from Danae, who put this item on to assure that these parking restrictions or painting of red curbs are not going to in any way displace the RV residents on Ryden Road until we have a safe park available for them. And I had a conversation, I just wanted on the record that there will not be any displacement of people from Ryden Road until we have that safe park in place so that we don't, cause people harm and suffering by displacing them, but also have a public health, have public health problems by displacing things.
It's 11:30. I'm going to need another motion to continue.
Move to extend to the end of this item.
We have to suspend the rules first.
Move to suspend the rules and extend to the end of this item.
Is there a second?
I second it. This will take
Second
3
by
minutes.
McLaughlin. Okay, call the roll, Madam Clerk.
Vice Mayor Bates, absent. Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
Mayor Butt.
No.
The motion passes with Councilmember Bates absent and Mayor Butt voting no.
So City Clerk is Danae, I'm sorry, I forget Danae's last name.
Danae Evans,
Yes, is she here?
let's see.
I am.
Okay,
Yes.
there she is.
Hi, good evening. Danae Evans, Transportation Department, Project Manager. Good evening, Mayor Butt and council members. Very briefly, Council Member McLaughlin, no, we will not displace the parkers prior to the safe parking program being up and running. Although the programs are separate, they complement each other and one doesn't work without the other to provide the support services needed for the unhoused on Ryden Road.
That's great to hear because there was much concern in the community about people who really care about the homeless, and they just were contacting me and saying they wanted to make sure that, the city wasn't just going to kick them out. And so you've confirmed that. So thank you.
Councilmember Martinez.
Yes. I think this is about more than the unsheltered. It actually involves the entire city, and there are a lot of changes being made, which I think requires a hearing. I think it requires us doing a presentation so that the public knows what all these changes might be. So I would request that we pull the item and bring it back with a presentation.
Well, it's been continued since December the 22nd.
The only concern that I have on that is I'm understanding from staff that there's some concerns with the businesses and the Ryden residents. And I don't want the businesses to start taking any kind of action against the city because they have been cooperative thus far. And if we don't at least show them that we're moving in this direction, I just worry about, what could occur. But, if others want to do it, I'm not going to resist.
If I may, if I could speak to this subject. Oh, the lights are off. Basically, the transportation department was already granted the authority to do parking regulations in the city with these ordinances that are listed in my report, 1446 and 1456. Basically, what we're asking is to kind of update and do some housekeeping to adopt some of the services that are coming soon, such as car share, bike share, and those type of programs. It's not a major change, but an update to allow us to implement those programs. And we have pending grant money that will be coming in the coming months. So this is timely for that.
Okay, let's call the public speakers.
It looks like, let's see.
Looks like we do not
Yeah,
have.
it looks
any
like we
more
lost the public speaker.
Right.
Okay, there is no public speaker. Somebody want to make a motion?
I'll move the item.
Okay.
Second.
Motion by Willis, second by McLaughlin. Call the roll, please.
I make a substitute motion to table it, or rather to pull it so that we can have a conversation about it.
I don't hear a second. As for lack of a second, let's call the roll.
But what you didn't call for a second? Call for a second, and then I'll.
Is there a second? Okay, I don't hear a second. Okay, call the roll.
Okay. Vice Mayor Bates is absent. Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
No.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
Mayor Butt.
Yes.
The motion passes with Councilmember Martinez voting no and Councilmember Bates absent.
Okay, next item.
Our last item is reports of officers, referrals to staff, general reports, including AB 1234 report.
Anybody have any reports?
I have some ending adjournments, if I may.
Okay, I don't hear a report, so you go ahead, and I have one too.
I have one after you guys as well.
Okay, go ahead.
I would like us to remember two homeless people two unhoused people were died in the last, I don't know, last period of a week or so. Joe Clark and Lahoma dos Santos. So I want us to remember them because, we know the tragedies that we face with more and more people becoming unhoused, and now we're seeing deaths occur with people's health, etc. And I also want to have us adjourn the meeting, Mr. Mayor, in memory of Carol Telchek Fall. Carol was a former planning commissioner. She was a great Point Mulati activist for years. We have lost a true believer in the environment and in the health of people and in a community vision for a better Richmond. And I'm very sad to know that she is no longer with us.
Wow. Okay, go ahead, Vice Mayor Johnson.
Yeah, so I actually had another personal memorial that I wanted to in the meeting in remembrance of my cousin Gloria Jean Apron, who recently passed and will be laid to rest this week. So Richmond born and raised, and recently died from cancer. So we'll just I just wanted to end this in her memory as well. Thank you.
Okay, and then finally, I want to remember Sylvester McBride. He is the spouse of Tracy Menenga, who's a regional asset manager at UC Berkeley. And they live in Richmond, obviously, but I worked with her on some projects at UC Berkeley. So anybody have anything else? Okay, well, enjoy the rest of your evening, folks, and we'll see you next week. And happy Mardi Gras.
It's 11:39. Good night.
Good
All right.
night.
Good night.